Hello, hello, hello. Am I broadcast? This is really. Why is this up so high right now? Hey guys, how are things? So, fun story the house light, is out in this room. But what is not out for now, at least, is the let's call them studio lights. So um this one's flickering and I'm just like, don't you dare go out. Not in the time that I need you the most. Sometimes when I go in to monitor the stream and it says like, hey, this is stream 112, I'm like, what do you mean? That's not a thing. Hey Pizza, hey Adriel. Get here until 6ish. Oh no. Thank you, Texas, for being chat mom and reminding everybody to eat and take PM pills. I don't have any PM pills right at this current moment, so I'm good. I had a moment where I was like, do I have any PM pills? Hi, Tarfield Owl. Hey, Chris. Hey, everybody. Welcome. This desk just gets more and more disorganized as the days go on. I'll clean it once the computer gets back. Hello, Natty. How are you? Giving the Dawn a benefit of the doubt, but not much. Yeah, well, we're reading Maggie's first journal today, so there's that. I'm also gonna pull up Kittens preemptively because, you know, these books, they're not like... I lived through, like, Sicklet at its peak in high school, so, like, it's not like it's gonna be, like, the most egregious thing you've ever heard, but just, I always give a warning, and there's a warning in the description box. If you don't feel like hearing about, like, you know, death, or, you know, I think this one, Maggie's thing, is that she's dealing with ED, so, like, if that's not something you're into, it's fine. No worries. There's other streams. Take care of yourself. At work, but was working on in crochet a massive puppy dog. Oh, finished the needle. Butterfly attached the note. That is so cute. Hey, Daniel. So proud of how close you got to beating the last boss last night before the game came up. I tried so hard and got so far. And in the end, it didn't really matter. No, I'm just kidding. We got, really all we did, and this was the saddest thing, was like, I had built my deck and I was proud of that deck. And that deck was actually like, functioning pretty well. And then we lost all of that, so I'm just like, so now I have to, like, next week I'll go in and grind some more and get back up to where I was and try to fix my deck, and then hopefully I'll be able to beat that last boss, and then go back and beat all of Olympus again, because that's gone too. I was so sad. Getting people to take their meds tends to be one of my chef jobs. I think it's a mom thing too. You're just like, did you take your meds? Did you drink water? Did you... Like, I'm becoming... I feel like I'm becoming a mom, and I'm not even a mom. But I just, like, am that, like, oh, did you take your meds? Did you drink your water? Meanwhile, I haven't taken my meds, and half the time have not drank water. I have water tonight. Keep using and refilling, like, using, washing, refilling this giant mason jar mug because I really need to drink more water. Hey, Tony. Welcome. You did your best. I did my best, and the thing was, I'm not even super, like, horrified by, like, how I did game-wise. It's mostly just the game crashed. Like, I finally was like, yes, I am making progress, and then the game crashed and was like, no, you're not. What progress? Over the weekend, my siblings and I went to Topgolf, which is fun, but man, do I suck at it. Aw, that sounds like fun. I've literally only been mini-golfing, and I'm bad at it. Like, I'm one of those people, I bowl with the bumpers, and I still only bowl, like, an 85. Reading really messed me up a couple nights ago. Wasn't expecting that. Oh, I hate when that happens. Hey, Kira. Welcome. Taking care of others is often easier than yourself. Yeah, it is. Hey, Darth Sidious. I'm watching on my phone because my TV decided not to work. Ah, I hate when technology thinks that it's allowed not to work. I know that well. The light stopped flickering when I called it out for flickering. That was kind of weird. Hit the ground while I hit the ball almost every time, so I ended up making my forearm very sore. Oof, ouch, sorry. Fictional stuff doesn't get to me like that. That's true. Yeah, my grandfather is one of those people, like, he doesn't even really like watching, like, movies or TV shows that are, like, where you have to suspend your disbelief, because he's like, it's not real, so why does it matter? I'm like, because it's a good story. And he's like, but it's not real. But yeah. Hopefully we will all have a good... Sorry, nobody judge me for the way that my desk is moving things around. No, that makes it worse. I'm trying to... I also have a margarita. Because we did White People Taco Tuesday. Sure. No one judge me for how chaotic this is right now. I'll clean it once I get the computer back. Perry gets up here, and Perry got up here and jumped and knocked a whole, not a whole thing, but like, I had my coffee and I had just gotten it this morning and I set it down. She jumped, like, launched herself up, and like the coffee went like all over me, all over this chair. It still smells like coffee in here. Maybe I got a new ADHD meds, yay! Like, my brain works out. Isn't that an amazing feeling? The first time I took my ADHD meds, I was like, oh my god, does everybody else live like this? I feel like Over the Hedge, where Hammy just, like, everything slows down for him and he just can, like, leisurely walk around. That's how I felt, and I was just like, damn. It matters because spectacle, Granddad, yes. I find horror to be very difficult to get into because all I can think about is how it's not real. Yeah. I get very scared very easily. I'm one of those people. I have a very active imagination, and it will stick with me. Even, like, the dumbest horror movies, I'm just like, oh, I'm creeped out now. That's not working. I was doing some stuff for my math homework due tonight, and the answer was 120. I put in 2 times, and it was somehow incorrect. I put in again, and it was... Oh, no. Didn't do Taco Tuesday, but I did make steak bowls. LOL. That sounds good. Lemonade. Ooh. Nice. So, let's see. God help me. As if people haven't seen the desk cluttered. It's honestly been worse. When we did the charity stream, it was worse. So yeah, we're gonna read Maggie tonight. This is book 3 in the California Diaries series. For those not keeping up, it is a spin-off of the Babysitters Club. Daniel, hi Daniel, sent me 5 of these. There's 5 characters, and each of them have 3 journals, and that's the 15 books in the series. This is the first one of Maggie's. We know her as a character, but this is the first we're seeing of her, like, actually writing. The back says, what is happening to me? I'm useless, I can't sing, I can't keep up my grades, and I'm a liar. So, you know, Maggie's going through it, clearly. By the way, guys, I love being a Goodreads librarian. I'm just like, stuff's broken and I can just fix it now. I've gone through, like, I'm going through, like, all the books that we read, and I'm just, like, adding in all the missing, like, descriptions and cover art. It's nice. Incorrect page numbers that have been bugging me. Any new top 10 for 2023? I feel like I don't know 2023 that well yet to make any decisions. Justin Clary, hey Avery, Happy New Year. Hi! What's this book about? So this is, if you read as a kid or know about the Babysitters Club, this is kind of like the spin-off of that takes place after. So it's like, I think the characters are 14, 15 in these. And it's like a little bit more coming of age. They have a little bit more difficult things to deal with. And so yeah, so it's that. It's about 5 teenagers in California who are going through growing up. Kittens. Yep, kittens. People not picking up after their dogs is getting worse here. Ooh, there's so much in front of our unit. I can't even imagine. I feel so guilty, like, just walking my dog, and just, you know, my dog will, like, he'll pee, like, on somebody's mailbox because that's where he has to go. And I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine just being like, yeah, he shit on your lawn. I'm just gonna leave it there. I feel so much better about myself too because various flaws I beat myself up about were apparently just executive dysfunction. Yeah, I went through that too. I spent a lot of time thinking I was just dumb. I spent a lot of time just thinking that I just wasn't capable of certain things, and it turns out I'm just neurodivergent. And a lot of people are, so they have fixes for that. Congrats on your librarian says. Thank you. When I said I was going to become a librarian, on Goodreads, I honestly was not expecting, I should have been, because it's basically just mini library sciences, or kind of, I guess, but I was not expecting how much time I would have to spend studying, and then I was really proud of myself, because I failed out of the test a couple of times, and it was just like, you can try again tomorrow. And then I was just like, oh, I really want to now. Now I'm stubborn. And so now I'm a Goodreads librarian. So now I can fix all the things in the Goodreads catalog that bother me all the time when I'm in there working on it. Top 10 best Magic School Bus episodes. Oh gosh, I need to do a video on Magic School Bus. It's been a while. I just have kind of flashes of memories of like scenes from Magic School Bus, but not actual full episodes. Right? Exactly. I'm not gonna lie, the more my friends talk about their ADHD symptoms, the more I feel I should probably get tested. Get tested. I thought it was silly to get tested because I was like, I'm in my 20s. What's the point at this point? There was a point. There was a very big point. As soon as I was able to like start treating it with medication and know that like I need to find a therapist that knows ADHD well, I was like, this is... Because, like, I remember reading, like, the little, like, results, like, the little thing that, like, the psychologist who did the testing had written, and it was just like, this is a person who is very intelligent, but is struggling as if they're running uphill while everybody else is running on a flat surface, and I was just like, the amount of relief that I didn't even know I needed to have was, like, so palpable. Hey, Purple Pepper, welcome! I have horrible anxiety issues. I do too. And the other thing is, ADHD, if you have ADHD and anxiety, for me, treating my ADHD helps a lot with my anxiety because that mental hyperactivity is a lot better. But yeah. Hello, everybody. Get comfy, get a drink, get a snack. I'm gonna put kittens on because I have a feeling after the last one. The first one was sad, but the truth is Dawn doesn't really have that much actually going wrong in her life. It's just like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm going to high school now instead of being the oldest in my class of middle schoolers. And then like all the other girls are like, their lives are falling apart, and it's just like, oh my gosh. Let's see if we can... I wonder if the kitten cam, did they adopt out their kittens, or are they still the one that we watched last time? If not, somebody's got a kitten cam. That's one thing I can guarantee. Kitten cat cam. Oh, here are our guys. Fifi's kittens. Yeah, shout out to Tiny Kittens. Go check them out on their YouTube channel. I'm just straight up subscribing. I thought I already was subscribed, honestly. Because we've been kind of borrowing their kitten cam when we have when we have more intense books to read. What's happening? I've also people with neurodivergence block together a lot of my friends from school. Yeah, I've noticed that too. Like, all of my friends have some sort of neurodivergency, and then I was just like, huh, am I the only one that doesn't have it? No, I'm not. In fact, mine's probably worse than everybody's. Medication are beneficial, especially since I have a psychology degree. I have a bad habit of thinking I can fix problems myself. I feel that way too. I'm so into, you know, advocating for like getting help for mental health, and then I'm just like, when I have issues, I'm just like, I can probably fix it. And that's just like, I shouldn't be thinking that. Queen of the nerds thing. Glory Perry, keeper of obscure lore. I love it. I love it so much. My mom got diagnosed in her 50s. And it was, it's worth it, not even just for the treatment, just to, like, be told that you're not, for lack of a better word, not as, like, you're not, like, as smart as everybody else. It's nice to just have somebody be like, no, that's not it. Your brain is just wired differently. We can do something about that. Okay, let me see. Studio mode on so that you guys don't have to see the chaos. Well, I mean, you're gonna see chaos, but not this kind of chaos. Let's see. Okay. Transition. There we go. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. That's what I was trying to avoid. No, don't shut down OBS. I need OBS. We're doing a thing. Alright, we've got kittens. We have Fifi and her babies today. Shout out to Tiny Kittens here on YouTube. Oh yeah, Purple Pepper, we were talking about how some people don't clean up after their dogs, and I was saying how I feel bad when my dog just, like, pees on somebody's mailbox, even though that's, like, where he has to go. I can't imagine just, like, leaving my dog's crap, like, just in somebody's yard. Always being in a group of people like me. In school, I always had a thing for spotting the most weirdest people, being like, y'all are my friends now. Yeah. Us weirdos, we all stick together, I think. So excited for tomorrow. Yay. Easily turn off. True. It is true, Texas. Have a dog and deal with other people's dogs. Yeah. Mystery right now. Oh gosh. I love Hudson, but I want a cat so bad. I would love a massive Maine Coon cat. Aw. Yeah. Cats are great. I always support the adopting of cats. Do you want me to start with the top down so that we can see the book? I mean, there's no, like, illustrations in this book. Do you want me to stay on kitten cam, or... Are kittens paused? Kittens are paused. And muted, damn it. I want to hear the little kitten purring. Look at them. Part of why I never got tested for anything. Yeah. Well, friend circle is probably neurodivergent. Yeah, because, like, because it's highly hereditary, right? Like, so if you grow up and, like, your parents function a certain way, and then you function a certain way, it takes a while to be like, oh, some people don't deal with these same things. Baby kitten, yes, this is our backup plan for books that are kind of sad. Would love to see Magic School Bus videos. I need to do it. I also have a Magic School Bus book that I found in a Goodwill that I thought would be fun to read on stream at some point. It's just like we'll probably pair it with something else because it's a short book, but... Hi, Milo! Just in time! I know, the kitty. Hey, Kokski. Might be getting a kitten, yay! Yes, kitty cam, kitty cam. Everybody's like, just stay on the cats. Everybody's like, please just stay on the cats. I will say... Oh, there's a little name in the book. I will say Maggie, right away. I love that Maggie has typed her entire journal. That is so much easier to read than the Various handwriting. I like the Various handwriting. It's a nice touch, but this is going to be very easy, I think. They're so fluffy and small. If they grow, I'll be so mad. I'm excited to foster more kittens. It's been a little while. We went through a period where we just always had kittens around. I went, nope, when she read the fact. Need kittens? Yep, need kittens. I love cats. Those are drones, not real cats. Alright. Let's see. Oh gosh. So, she starts off with, like a bunch of... I'm gonna switch it just for 1 second, just so that I can illustrate. We're gonna go back to the cats, I swear. Why does it say we're still on desk cam? Oh, desk cam is queued up. Okay, got you. I know how it works. So she's like tried to write by hand and then she crossed it all out. And she did that thing that I do when I'm trying to like write something where like you cross it out and then you hate the way that it looks and then you just go to doing it digitally. So, anyway. I thought that was kind of funny. Back to cats. They're playing with their little toys. Mama's playing with toys too. No, we haven't started the book. I was literally just about to start when you jumped in. We'll definitely getting a kitten, but hopefully one specific one named Dreidel. Oh, that's adorable. Accept the existence of cats, but they don't accept the existence. No, I've maintained cats are very picky. They all of my cats, and every cat I've ever owned has a favorite person in the family. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's not me. But they all have their favorite person. Oh no, that kitten just fell. Okay, sorry. You just need to find a you need to find a cat that is specifically like you are their person, because once you find that cat, you're like, cats are great. But if you've just been around cats that are like you're not the chosen one, then yeah, they'll act like you don't exist. What's the occasion? Hi, Rachel. So, I don't know if you were here for the last California Diaries stream. California Diaries, as a series, has just been getting real, and so we have started watching kitten cams while we read them to combat the sad. My mom hates cats because cats don't like her. Cats love me, though. Aw. Well, cats are so petty. Cats absolutely know who likes them and who doesn't. Do you guys know what breed of cats? I actually have no idea. We found them randomly. Shoot. Hang on. Let's see. On October 25th, 2022, Fifi gave birth to 4 beautiful kittens, 3 tiny girls and 1 tiny boy. All 4 are perfect. Well, wait, I gotta scroll. And appear to be healthy. Mama did great. She will ever have to. Oh. Oh. So no, I don't think they know. I think they just rescued them. It's like that thing that's like how I see dogs, and it's like all the different various breeds, and it's just like how I see cats. Cat, 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 cat. Sister's cat's Ramus hates everyone except her husband. Ramus tolerates my sister Emily, but absolutely loves Steven. Our cat Fig loves my dad. It is so cute. I want to say thanks for everybody. That's good. Speaking to professionals when you're going through stuff, very highly recommended. I always joke that like Chandler Bing, I'm not so great at advice, but may I interest you in a sarcastic remark? But I'm glad that you are you're doing all right. Combat the sad, you are adorable. We were so sad. Like the last book was like the whole thing is like Sunny's mom is battling cancer, and we're just like, we need kittens. Nope, we need kittens. I always slow blink at neighborhood cats and they come running up to me. Yeah, that's like a sign to them that like that's like a sign of safety. If a cat slow blinks around you, they really like you. Climbed onto my shoulders at the shelter. Oh, didn't get down until we brought a carrot. Oh, half my lip. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, cats are the best. I love cats. All right, let's see. California Diaries 3, Maggie. This was published in, when was this published? 97. I keep thinking that it's like early 2000s, but it's not. It's earlier than that, and that keeps throwing me. All right. Let's see. Slow blink means I trust you enough to close my eyes around you, and cats like that. Yeah. It's also like I've heard like vets say that it's basically akin to like like smiling, like a contented cat smile, because like of the way that their faces, cats don't smile like we do. But yeah, it's just cute. All right, let me try to read this because she scratched out half of it. I am. She wrote, I'm yesterday's girl, and she scratched out I'm, and she wrote, I am, with, like, the little arrow that goes down. And then she wrote in yesterday's clothes, and then she scratched out in and wrote wearing, and then scratched out clothes and wrote smile. So now it says wearing yesterday's smile. She's doing high school poetry. We've all been there. Singing yesterday's songs. Can you stay here a while? She wrote, while the evening light goes, and then she crossed that out. And it says, and I don't see tomorrow. She crossed out and, cause I don't see tomorrow. And then she crossed out cause. It says, no, I'm yesterday's girl. And then she wrote, like, the little, like, copyright Maggie Bloom at the bottom. Just the early 2000s. Yeah, I always said that the 90s didn't end until, like, 2004. Combating the sad. Yeah, again, I always, like, there's a little content warning in the box, but, like, if you're not feeling up to dealing with things like, cancer and EDs, and I think there's also some, I think also one character is dealing with drug addiction, like, if any of that doesn't feel like something you're, willing or able to deal with, perfectly fine. Take care of yourself. There's lots of other streams. Hey, Jay! You are just in time. The SC series went until the early 2000s, so I understand. That is true. I keep thinking about it like, okay, she ended Babysitter's Club and then started, but there was an overlap. California Diaries was supposed to be the next age group up from BSC, so naturally it would make sense that it comes after. Yeah.
Go watch from a safe location.
Oh!
Look, one day you're gonna be in charge of bug patrol at your house, probably.
There's a person. Sorry.
You have to learn how to
this is the other thing about kittens. Hey, are you hungry? I'm wearing yesterday's smiles. Cool, but, like, do you want pizza or something? Yeah, we've all been there. We were all teenagers. They're so cute. Alright, so she keeps her journal. It's not handwritten like everybody else's. She types hers. So she wrote Sunday, November 9th, 10:43 a.m. God, that is sad. No, sad isn't the word. Bad. That's what it is. Bad. Awful. Whoever told me I could be a songwriter? You just have to keep practicing. She's 14. She hasn't lived enough life to be a great songwriter yet. No one. Just myself. I was wrong. Monday, 11:10, 5:57 p.m. Feeling better today, even though 1, I have tons of homework, 2, I'm about to flunk Wednesday's math test, and 3, dinner is delayed because Dad is arguing on the phone with some studio exec about his upcoming movie Fatal Judgment, which may be one of his worst ever, judging from the rough cut we saw. The reason I am feeling better is this. After school, I, Maggie Bloom, was chosen as a poetry editor. I remember the time because I was staring at the clock trying not to look jittery. Parker Price, the editor-in-chief, announced I was the first 8th grade ever elected to the editorial staff. Not so impressive considering this is the first year Vista 8th graders have been switched to the high school building. After the election, Parker told me that she hopes I'll take over as editor-in-chief someday. Now that was impressive. Magazine editor. The more I think about it, the more I like the idea. For my life's work, it's perfect. Get paid to read, judge other people's writing, and tell them what to do. I also used to want to be an editor. Launch the careers of talented writers, hire a music reviewer so the magazine can receive free CDs from record company PR departments. This is almost as good as an idea as becoming a veterinarian, which is what I'll probably decide to be. I swear I'm going to be the best editor Inner Vista has ever seen. When I'm editor-in-chief, who knows? Maybe I'll lead us to a national award. Then the sky's the limit. I just have to remember not to tell Dad. He'd decide to manage my career. He'd have the presidents of all the major magazine companies over for dinner just to meet me. He'd make me recite my poems, sing my songs, or sing my lyrics. Sorry, I was guessing that it said songs and it wasn't. show how I edit using an overhead projector. He might He might even forget about making me play my latest piano piece for all his guests. That at least would be a relief. Tuesday, 11/11, Make-A-Wish, 2:07 p.m. Where would I be without laptops? I'm so glad Vista allows them in the classroom. Ms. Newell has given us 15 minutes of independent work time. She thinks we're all typing our book reports, but I finished mine last night. So I have plenty of time to write in my journal. Thought for the day. Sunny Winslow is a high-maintenance friend. Sunny's going through some things, though. It's true, but still. These days, you give her a lot more than you get. Now, Dawn, that's a high-maintenance friend. It's hard enough dealing with this rebel phase she's in. I mean, I know what she's going through. The black lipstick, weird hair, funky clothes, been there. But for me, it was a stage. I never had body piercings, I never cut school, and I never shut myself off from my friends. You can't even talk to her anymore. She's in another world. I thought she was coming out of it today at lunch. She sat right down with Dawn and me, all friendly and excited, but then I learned the reason. She wanted to show me her copy of Variety, with every mention of Dad's name highlighted. I tried to be polite, but how many times can I stand reading the ads for Fatal Judgment? When she was the old Sunny, I never minded her starry-eyed attitude about the movie business. She thought it was so cool that we had intercoms in every room, infrared burglar sensors, the landscaped pool, movie people visiting the house all the time. Is she Kim Possible? Jesus Christ. All my private at-home lessons, never mind that the alarms go off by themselves in the middle of the night, or that Dad holds loud poolside meetings outside my bedroom window, or that I have to play piano all the time for strangers in power suits, or that Dad's mood swings go up and down with the box office grosses, and so does Mom's drinking. Oh. I even showed Sunny that pathetic photo of me as a newborn with the words, "A Hayden Bloom production," taped onto my bassinet. She thought that was cool too. But Sunny was always so much fun to be with. If she thought my life was glamorous, fine. However, since she's decided to be punk dropout of the year, I'm having much less patience with her. Now she also thinks she's a casting director. Variety decided to print the casting notice of Dad's next film, even though Fatal Judgment hasn't opened yet. Right there in the cafeteria, Sunny read aloud one of the character descriptions, something like male, late teens, dark, drop-dead handsome, young Pierce Brosnan features with Harrison Ford swagger. She announced that the only person in the world who was destined to play that role was Justin Randall. Here we go again. Yes, Justin Randall. One time in my life, I just happened to mention I think he's good looking. And he is. Anyone would agree. But it's just an observation, like judging a work of art. Is this the way too old for her guy that was checking her out at the pool party? Because I don't like that guy. Dawn in black lipstick. No. Sunny in black lipstick. Sunny is in black lipstick. That would be funny, though. If Dawn was in black lipstick, it would be like that episode of Hannah Montana where she dreams that she's, like, becoming, like, a super hardcore rocker. Not to Sunny, however. To Sunny, it is a declaration of love. Sunny made sure to point out he's a junior, and he has a car. Then she warned that I should not blow this opportunity, but of course, I shouldn't make it easy for him, either. Let him twist in the wind, advised Sunny. Tell him you may let your dad audition him. Seduce him, then call me right away with the details. They're 14. Seduce him. I could not believe her. I mean, the nerve. I should have told her off, but I didn't. I was chicken. I said something stupid, like, Dad is looking for professional actors only. Sunny had an answer for that, too. She told me Justin played the gentleman visitor in last year's high school production of The Glass Monastery. Plus, he's dying to be in a movie star, and he has headshots. Everybody has headshots. It's fine. He needs to do some more work. I did not tell her that the character was Gentleman Caller, and that the play was The Glass Menagerie. I did not want to lengthen the ridiculous conversation. Oh, I was confused. I was like, are we doing, like, off-brand Glass Menagerie? Good old Dawn, the peacemaker, Dawn, the peacemaker? Oh, they're fucked. Was trying valiantly to change the subject. She kept remarking about how healthy the new vegetarian menu is. She made a few cracks about how the entire school reeks whenever the cafeteria serves beef, typical Dawn stuff, but it wasn't working. Sunny wouldn't give up. You have the perfect opening line, Maggie. Want to come home and meet my dad, the famous movie producer. I wish it were that easy for me. Not in this life. I mean, want to meet my dad, the bookstore owner, and my mom, who's dying of cancer, just doesn't have the same ring. This is so typical. Just when I'm about to lose my temper, she reminds me of her problems, and I feel bad for her because her problems really are serious, so how can I possibly be angry? On the other hand, she throws the problems in my face, so I can't exactly sympathize either. So I babbled cliches, I told her to think positive, and of course, I felt guilty. But I was beginning to develop a theory. Maybe Sunny was interested in Justin Randall. I mean, it's possible. Sunny's unattached, and she does like older guys. Every 14-year-old should be unattached. What a thing to say. And she does like older guys. That guy she met at the beach, Carson, he was a high school dropout. Okay, let's say my theory is true. She's in love, but Justin's not too interested. After all, Sunny's only 13. That's good for him for not being interested. So Sunny must find a way to get close, something that separates her from the average 8th grader. So she says, I happen to know the daughter of Hayden Bloom, the movie producer, who just happens to be looking to discover a new star in a role that just happens to be perfect for you. What's the next logical step? She tries to arrange an audition through me, and what's the best way to convince me to do it? To make me think she's matching me up. Maybe she's just getting to Justin through me. Would she be so devious? Sunny, who used to be one of my best friends, I wouldn't put it past her. There was also a slightly more young adult-oriented BSC sequel miniseries called Babysitter's Club Friends Forever, but I haven't read any of those. I haven't read them either. I've seen them in the bookstores, though. BSC series was going to end after book 4, but Scholastic wanted Anne M. Martin to write more of them, and then from there they hired a team of ghostwriters. Interesting. I always assumed that there must be ghostwriters because there's so many of them, but I never knew. Also, I wanted to be an editor. I also wanted to be an editor. I realized how frustrating writers are to work with. I'm a writer, so I'm allowed to say this. Yeah, as a writer, I can confirm. I realize that having to work with writers and telling them why their stuff needs to be changed is a headache. I'm also terrible with like spelling. If I can just read the sentences straight, it's a miracle, so I probably wouldn't be a good editor. If I want to get into editing, copy editing, definitely. Yeah, copy editing would be better than, yeah, magazine editing. Battle for Mushroom Hill, yes. My bet's on the little one. Dawn in black lipstick, Sunny in black lipstick. Oh yeah, no, we definitely. I thought I was under the impression that we had already decided that her dad is 100% cheating. Sounds like both parents are both dealing with some serious issues. Yeah, this is SoCal. I bet your grandmother has headshots, right? It's SoCal. Everybody has headshots. Everybody here in Atlanta has headshots. If you're living in like a town that makes movies a lot, everybody's got headshots. I also thought it was a weird off-brand glass menagerie. I thought they were going off-brand. I was like, can we not say glass menagerie? Seems very clear Sunny has a crush on Justin Randall. Yeah. The BSC books usually have a letter from the author. In those, she thanks the ghostwriters by name for helping with the book. That's cute. That's really cute. Because, like, obviously the whole point of ghostwriters is they can't publicly take full credit, but that just seems like she really wants to make sure that they know their work is appreciated. 5 things to do when you're sad. 1, watch kitten live streams. 2, watch kitten live streams. Yes. Yeah, just watch all the kitten live streams. All of them. Okay, Tuesday, 8/27. Oh, so she's writing... I mean, that is pretty indicative. I've said this before, right? Like, no 13-year-old keeps a journal that precisely. So, like, yeah, she's gonna switch up the way that she, like, writes the date and stuff. Why do I care if Sunny's being sneaky? Why am I even thinking about it? Especially on a night before math exam that I know I will flunk. This is so hard to read, though, because Sunny doesn't, like, she doesn't... They just need to talk to each other. If Sunny wants Justin Randall, fine. She has every right to pursue him, just as I have every right not to listen to her advice about inviting him for an audition. Period. End of discussion. The strange thing was, I spotted Justin in the hallway right after lunch and then between classes, and I couldn't help thinking he would actually be right for that part, if I cared, which I don't. 11:11. This is handwritten. More lyrics that she's writing. I saw you today. You looked right past me, and then she said through me. I saw you today. You looked right through me. What's in those eyes? Tell me, what do you see? We are closer than close, but we are so far away. My heart says, you must go ahead. And she just crossed out, you must. Go ahead, but my mind tells me stay. My wildest, not in my wildest dreams. Not in this life. You enter... Oh, this is hard because she keeps crossing out things. Okay, you enter my mind and cut like a knife. Feel all alone. Now I'm hung out to dry. She crossed that out too. She wrote, I'm twisting in the wind. Honestly, it's better than the Cheetah Girls lyrics. I'll give her that. Depends on where in LA. Nobody got headshots in East LA or South Central. Yeah. They're in, I don't think they're in South Central or East, right? Because her dad's a producer, right? So it sounds like they're like in LA-ish territory. Wish more ghostwriters got the recognition. So, she cares. She does. If you have to write to yourself, I don't care about X, Y, or Z, you care. Seems so simple, yet teens will spill the juiciest tea simply because you didn't remember to coordinate outfits for Friday. Everything feels like the end of the world when you're a teenager. Girl's Diary, that ain't half bad in terms of lyrics. Yeah, for a 13-year-old? Deborah Gregory cannot write lyrics, lol. Aw. I like how she writes a little copyright Maggie Bloom. It's the same energy as Michael Scott saying I declare bankruptcy. It's cute. I got a 94 on my math test. 2 problems wrong. Easy ones. Stupid mistakes. 100, 95, 99, 100, 94. 488 over 5 equals 97.6% average. She's doing her math. She's doing her great GPA, like, calculations in the margins. This is relatable. One more test before the end of the marking period. If I get a 100, I can pull my average up to 588 over 6, equaling 98%. The final count's double, of course, so 100% on that would make it 788, 98.5. If I could average in what I really got on the first test, 105 with the bonus points, I'd already be at 98.6. Ms. Sevikow seems to keep saying she doesn't believe in counting bonus points into your average if they gave you over 100 test score. Fine, so why won't she let me transfer the points to another test? Like, bring the 94 up to a 99. That is so unfair, but I can't argue about it. There are enough nerds in the class who would, and I am not one of them. I'll just have to do better next time. Wednesday, 5:17 p.m. Why are my fingers so stiff? Something must be wrong with me. Maybe I'm coming down with arthritis. Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's Mrs. Knudsen. She assigned me the Beethoven... Oh, gosh. The Pathetique Sonata on purpose. She knew I couldn't possibly play it. She knows my fingers can't handle so many notes. She's trying to make me quit. That way she won't have to listen to all my clinkers anymore. Listen to me. I'm feeling so sorry for myself. Even Curtis, such a good cat, seems sick of me complaining. Oh, Curtis. I don't even have to say anything. He just knows. I just need to practice more, that's all. Plus, I have to insist on pieces that are more fun. Classical's nice, but once in a while I want to jump forward to this century. Next week I'll give Mrs. Knudsen an ultimatum. I'll agree to learn Beethoven if she agrees to teach me the blues. On a piano, that is. A knock on the door. Gotta go. Oh, I love jazz. I've always loved jazz. Ooh, that's rough. The counting, very relatable. Yeah. Because she decided to write about... Yeah, bless her. She doesn't... Yeah. The lyrics are... And I mean, the books are about middle school to early high schoolers becoming a band. So, like, I don't really fault the books as a whole, but yeah, they're not good. Reminds me of kids when would write author's notes in their fanfics that would say, like, all characters and settings, J.K. Rowling story, me. Yeah. The disclaimer that's like, I don't own any of this. It's like, sweetie, that's not, okay. You're fine because it's fanfic, but, like, that's not gonna keep you from a lawsuit if somebody wanted to sue you. Damn, Maggie's a freak. Maggie has a lot of anxiety, and I can feel it. Derek episode about grade growing. I don't remember that. I didn't watch too much Life with Derek. I asked professors if I could take bonus opportunities, and they were like, no, your grade is a 99 or whatever. That is not a healthy mindset. The author's notes, the disclaimers. Oh yeah. We all grew up on the same internet. Wednesday, 9:46 p.m. The good news, that knock was Dad. He was home early from work, which is pretty amazing considering Fatal Judgment opens in 3 weeks. At this point, he's usually in the office 24 hours a day. The bad news, he had heard every minute of my piano lesson, and that was what he wanted to talk about. So, practicing enough, honey, he asked. I said no. I told him how busy I'd been, math test, book report, and so on. He nodded, and he told me he'd just beaten Carlton Grant in tennis. You always beat him, I said. That's because I keep up my game, Dad replied. No matter how busy I am, no matter how many meetings I take, nothing stands in the way of my tennis game. Why? Because it's my passion, Maggie. Always make time for your passion. Are you making time for your family, sir? At first, I had no idea what he was talking about. Then I realized. You mean I should practice piano more, I said. Dad nodded. You do enjoy it, don't you? I mean, I hope I haven't been paying Mrs. Knudsen for 8 years in vain. Wait. You put her in lessons when she was math 5. And it's her fault if she doesn't like it anymore? She's 5. Okay. Why does he always bring this up? I reassured him. I said I enjoyed lessons. I promised I'd practice more. But he still had this strange, super concerned look. This Dustin fellow, are you and he? Dustin Hoffman? What are you talking about? I asked. Sunny just called. I didn't get you because you were in the middle of your lesson. She mentioned this fellow, Justin. Dad was asking me if Justin and I were going out. Why? Because Sunny had gushed about him, and she'd asked if I'd mentioned him yet. And somehow Dad got the idea that I had a crush on him. It sounds like you kind of do. I was so humiliated. How could she do this? I explained everything to Dad. I told him about my lunch conversation with Sunny. I explained that I didn't know Justin. Dad nodded, but he still had this concerned look. Mind if we talk a bit? Oh God, Maggie. Maggie, I was sitting in the kitchen listening to you play, and I thought maybe she needs to branch out. Something more than just piano lessons, a school activity. You'd still have plenty of time to practice. I reminded him of my extracurriculars, honor society, inner vistas. What vistas, he said? I know I've explained inner vistas to him, but when I told him it was a literary magazine, and I explained I was poetry editor, he seemed to be hearing it for the first time. He barely even acknowledged it. It was as if I'd told him I was on the school wallpaper committee or something. Right away, he asked me if I'd been interested in joining drama club. You know I don't like show business, I said. Just checking, Dad replied. Interests change. Anyway, oh, yes, not piano, though. Anyway, you do like music, right? How about the school orchestra? I told him that wasn't a bad idea, but I was happy doing just what I'm doing now. His face got really serious. He said I needed to think about college. According to him, the top drawer schools want more than excellent grades. They want interesting, involved kids with lots of extracurriculars. She has so many extracurriculars, Dad. You have to work up your best ability, he said, because you'll be competing shoulder to shoulder with other kids who are, and now that you're in high school, it's a good time to start. I reminded him I was not in high school, just in the high school building. I don't want to split hairs, Dad said. Most 8th graders are already putting their 5-year plan in order. 5-year plan? I never heard of such a thing, but Dad knows all about it. He had one. When Dad was my age, he was already making films, which was one of the reasons he got into UCLA, which put him on the road to future success. He told me that 100 times. Well, I'm not going into filmmaking. She's smarter than all of us, that's for sure. No matter how much he tries to convince me, someday I want to say to him, look what I've done. Maybe I'll head up a magazine someday, or establish my own, or publish a book of poems, or be a veterinarian. Who knows? Dad is right about one thing. I'll need to go to a great college, but for my reasons. To follow my road to success using my talents. If I need extra activities to do that, fine. I'll join some. Tomorrow, I can talk to Mr. Pearson about orchestra. The relatability of upper crust sensibilities. The rich kid vibes are not relatable in the least, to me at least, but the perfectionism, the like being 13 and feeling like you're already behind is like, feel that in my soul. Hope you like these lessons I've been paying for the past 8 years. Sounds like guilt tripping, manipulative parenting to me. Yep. Basically, the episode is about the main character, Casey, being made fun of because she's always trying to negotiate points on tests, calling her a grade grabber because she cares about scores too much. That's because adults put too much pressure on kids. Sunny and Maggie are going to fight over Justin. I can feel it. And it's so sad because, like, there's so, like, reading the books from all of their different perspectives, you see how much of a, like, misunderstanding they all have. Maggie's dad seems like a mommy dearest type that gives the best and expects an obedient child. Yep. He sounds like a stage parent. Maggie's dad, your passion should come before everything else. Okay, but consider basic self-care. I know, right? Connection to other people. Maggie's dad produced Velma. I like this headcanon. Maggie's dad produced Velma. The fact that I still want to go to film school someday, even knowing that it's not that good of an idea. Honestly, these days, like, you can just study so much online and become a good filmmaker just by studying the resources that are free and just start making your own stuff. Like, you might get some connections from film school, but, like, it's not all that, at least for the people that I know that went to film school. Morning, I was going to my room to read a book. Right when I was going to my room, my mom told me, go read a book. I went into my room not wanting to read a book. It hits different. I know, I'm the same way. If you tell me to do it, I don't want to do it anymore. My grade-related anxiety and perfectionism messed up my mental and physical well-being so bad. Oh, yeah. There's all 13. And by nature, 13-year-olds are self-absorbed and poor communicators. By nature, yeah. Like, possibly permanently. Oh, I'm sorry, Adriel. The stream, for me at least, is buffering. Oh, no. Buffer stream. Are we buffering? Are we back? What's happening? Am I losing my internet? Oh. I love when my internet does these fun little things. Not buffering for you. Have to go eat. See you guys later. See you later, Purple Pepper. Just adjust the video quality to auto. Okay. Okay, so we're good. Good, okay. It's usually something on my end, so I'm just like, it's probably me. Is everybody good if I keep reading? Are we seeing and hearing each other? Well, I can't hear you guys, but I can read your messages. On my monitor version of stream, it's not buffering. The cats just made a very loud noise. Stream's fine. Good here. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. I might want to switch to cat cam. Yeah, I switched back. I had forgotten that I had put it on that just because I didn't want everybody to have to see streamception. Let's see. Alright, this poor kid. Thursday morning, 11:13. Seems good now. Okay, cool. Too early. She just put too early. That's mood. Okay, she's crossed out less in this one, so I'm proud of her. She says she wrote chains, prison confine, capture, chamber, skin, shell, tough but breakable, thin, hard. And then she wrote in the next little blurb, it's lonely in here, but it's lonely outside. Get me out of this shell. No, I don't want to hide. Want to fly. Want to feel the air beneath my wings. She crossed out. Want to taste the air. She wrote, but I'm locked up in here in the shell that I'm in. My home, my mind, my body, me, myself, and I, or something like that. I have to go to school. To be continued. Thursday at lunchtime. Got to write fast. Get my thoughts down before lunch chat starts. Dawn's in line, which means she'll be sitting here any minute. Talked to Mr. Pearson in the orchestra room before homeroom. Told him I wanted to join the orchestra. His reaction? He danced. Hallelujah, volunteer, he said. Then he asked what instrument I play. Well, that's not a good sign. Piano, I said. Droop when his smile. He explained the piano is more of a solo instrument used in concertos and chamber music, which the school orchestra doesn't play. I sort of knew that, but I hadn't thought it through. I felt like such a fool. Then he asked if I play anything else, so I told him guitar. Sorry, he said, not in the orchestra either, but we do have a spot for a sousaphone player. That sounded cool. I asked what it looked like. He pointed to a tuba. Thanks, but no thanks. In the hallway after the first period, I saw Mr. Skillkraut, who runs the school newspaper. I figured, why not? As long as I'm not going to be an orchestra. But he said editorial positions are filled. He suggested submitting an article. Maybe I'll do that if I can think of a topic. I'll ask Dawn what she thinks more later. Hello, Dave's Archive. Welcome. Sounds like that one Vanessa Carlson song. I love that song. 1,000 Miles. Now it's gonna be in my head forever. They used to use it in like what, a jewelry commercial, and it must have been good marketing because that's all I think of when I hear this song. Just like fancy jewelry. Thursday, study hall. Done with math homework. Now I can write in this until I have to go to English. Okay, I must write about what happened at lunch. We did not get off to a good start. When I told Dawn about my meeting with Mr. Pearson, she suggested I learn the flugelhorn. Frankly, I think she just likes the sound of the name. Soon, Sunny sat with us looking very distracted and very tan. Her suggestion, join the chorus. I was wondering in the last book how long it would take before somebody realized she was getting a tan if she's going to the beach all the time. I'm very fair-skinned. I go out in the sun once and it's just like, oh my god. You look like you're burned now. You have to be pretty strong to play the sousaphone. I don't think Maggie would be the best anyway. It's big. Yeah, I can see that. Hi, Toonie. Welcome. Where was I? I nearly burst out laughing. I sound like a sick moose when I sing. Sunny just shrugged and said, so? The guys in the bass section are cute. That's all that really matters. Dawn told me I have a great voice. She pointed out that I'm always going around singing. Usually pianists have great voices because they have great ears. Yeah, with people who won't laugh at me, I replied, like you. Besides, the only songs I like are rock, pop, R&B. The chorus is so formal. So the stuff you play on piano, Sunny remarked. That's different, I said. I'm used to it. Mrs. Knudsen has been teaching me that music since I was 5. Then Sunny suggested I volunteer to play piano for the school musical. Dawn shook her head. We'd have to assassinate Mrs. Dunlap. Jesus. She's been playing for the musical since my dad was a student here. Dawn kept on trying to think of ideas. French club, astronomy club, cheerleading squad. Sunny, however, started making fun of me, telling me I should take up surfing. Intermediate co-ed lip wrestling. Typical juvenile sense of humor. When I asked her to be serious, she called me a nerd. I almost lost my temper, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I just stayed silent. She kept talking about the book she's been reading, On the Road. It's like her Bible. I wonder if Surf Boy Carson introduced her to that. He did. On the way out, for those playing along at home, he did, indeed. On the way out of the cafeteria, Sunny began twanging air guitar and singing R-E-S-P-C-T, respect. She knows I love Aretha. Then Dawn began singing along too. Both of them put their arm around my shoulders, sandwiching me. Come on, Maggie, sing, Sunny said. I was too embarrassed. I shook my head, but the halls were pretty crowded. No one was even looking at Dawn and Sunny. They were getting to the best part of the song, and I was dying to join in, so I did, softly. But you can't really sing R-E-S-P-C-T softly. You kind of have to let it all out at the end. Well, when we reached the loudest part, we were under the dome-shaped area in the ceiling. Our voices sounded incredibly loud there, and I could not believe it. It must have been a natural echo or something. Anyway, it was really embarrassing, so we stopped. But now people were staring at us. One of them was Amalia Vargas. She started applauding. Aretha, she called out. You like her? Sunny asked. Amalia nodded. You sound great. Well, I figured she was talking about all of us, so I just nodded. But Dawn said, that's what we've been trying to tell her. Did you ever sing in band? Amalia asked. That was when I realized Amalia was looking straight at me. I nearly burst out laughing. Seriously? Amalia said. You're good. Well, I barely know Amalia. I thought maybe she had some weird sense of humor or she was musically challenged. But Dawn and Sunny were agreeing with her, and I was convinced they were all crazy. The people who are best at what they do think they're the worst at what they do. It's a law of nature. Amalia started talking excitedly about some upcoming battle of the bands. It's going to be at this coffee house called Backstreet. She said she's more or less going out with a guy, James, who's in one of the competing bands called Vanish. More or less going out with a guy. She's in a situationship. I tuned out after a while because I was worried I'd be late for class. Would you be interested? Amalia asked. I thought she meant would I be interested in seeing them, so I said sure. Great, Amalia exclaimed. Show them a ballad and something really raw. Huh? I said, for the audition. You want me to audition? Duh, Sunny muttered. The backup singer just quit, Amalia explained. They're going to need a new one. I told Amalia no way, politely. If you change your mind, let me know, Amalia said. She ran off, and I headed toward class with Sunny and Dawn. They were both mad at me. Dawn said I should be proud of my voice. Sunny wasn't as gentle. She accused me of being too worried about homework. She thought that was the reason I'd said no. Bring your homework to rehearsal, she said. Get James to help you. He's pretty cute. Honestly, that girl is possessed. Isn't Justin enough for her? You wanted another after-school activity, right? Dawn asked. This would be perfect for you. I couldn't help laughing. I could just see how Dad would react to that. He would freak, which was almost enough to make me consider it. I mean, I love Dad and all, but I'm not his little puppet. Still, you really have to sing to be in a band. I meant a school activity, I said. Something that goes on your record. Sunny let out a little scream of frustration. Ugh! What has happened to you, Maggie? You're so straight. Girl, you need to loosen up. Sunny, are you saying you don't want straight friends? Hey, Patrick. Suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me. Maybe it was his Dunlap. She's named would actually really like for someone to take over that job so she can stop right. She's like, I just need somebody to do it. They can weigh up to 50 pounds. Oh, gosh. Where was I? I did not smack her, but I wanted to. We've all been there. The weird thing is, I've been daydreaming ever since then about being Aretha Franklin, singing in front of a huge crowd, and the Kingdom. It's ridiculous. At the Kingdom. It's ridiculous, I know, but it would be fun in another life. Thursday, 4:33 p.m. POSS newspaper articles, columns, interview with Mr. Pearson, his education, and what he really wanted to do before becoming and then she wrote polling place, student polls on issue of the day, screenings, movie reviews, maybe title too obscure, music news, CD reviews, confessions of a movie brat, an inside look at the film industry. Start with coverage of the Fatal Judgment premiere. I hate these. Well, maybe the last one's okay. I can take notes at the screening. It'll keep me from being bored to death. Thursday, 9:27 p.m. What's the last one from? 4:33, before the premiere. Now it's after the premiere. Horrible, horrible night. Dad is at the studio. Mom is all upset. Pillar may have quit working for us. Zeke is in the dumps. He's also in the doghouse. When Dad called, Zeke picked up the phone and started yelling at him. Apparently, Dad had forgotten he was supposed to take Zeke out for ice cream. After Zeke hung up, he accidentally, on purpose, knocked a bowl and a glass onto the floor. Pillar was not happy. Big fight. Zeke called Pillar all kinds of names and stomped outside. I was doing homework when Mom let out a scream like I've never heard before. She'd found Zeke floating in the pool face down. He has played this trick a million times already, not with Mom though, I guess. By the time I got downstairs, Zeke was swimming around laughing. Mom looked as if she'd had a heart attack. She screamed at Zeke, then she yelled at Pillar. She complained that Pillar should be keeping an eye on Zeke. He's 11 years old, Pillar said. He's not a baby. While Mom and Pillar started arguing, Pillar said housekeeping is taking too much out of her and she needs her energy for acting class. Mom told Pillar she needs money for acting class. That is such a dad thing to say. I was shocked to hear it from Mom. Pillar must have been shocked too. She walked out in a huff. I holed up in my bedroom and finished all my homework before dinner, which I had to cook because Pillar was not coming back. Mom wanted to order takeout pizza, but I'm sick of that. I did not dare ask Mom whether Pillar had quit. I could tell that the subject was off limits. I hate when Dad's schedule gets busy like this. My family turns into such a soap opera. Things are quieter now. Still tense, though. I can hear Mom's voice. She's in her room, talking angrily on the phone with Dad. I think Zeke has fallen asleep in front of the TV. He's lucky. I'm wired, not sleepy a bit. I took a breath. Just poured my dog's food into his water by accident. No, I've done that. I've done that with the cat's food, and then it gets all puffy, and then they just look at you like, why have you betrayed me, human? Wet dog food is gross. Good day. Hey, Laser. I'm good. Oh, that's okay, Laser. Your volunteering work is more important, but we will be happy to see you when we can see you. All right, she wrote more lyrics. You snap your fingers, pick up the phone, a word or two, what you want is done. I hear you say jump, someone answers how high. Tell me, are you happy in your corner of the sky? Because life can change when you least expect it, and it ain't a movie, and you can't direct it, and someday soon you've got to make room, because there's space up there for my own share of that corner of the sky. I actually think her writing's getting better. I kind of like that one. That one's not bad. Friday morning, 11:14. I hardly slept. Dad did not come home last night. Mom said he camped out in his office sofa. Zeke is sick. Mom is angry because she has to stay home with him, and Pillar has quit. I cannot wait to go to school. Anything to get out of this house. Friday, math class. She thinks she knows me, but she doesn't. Sunny thinks that by digging into me, she'll make me change. She'll make me be more like her. That's why she wants me to sing in that band. It has nothing to do with what I want. It has nothing to do with what would be best for me. No, Sunny thinks only about Sunny. She wants to live through me. I'm sorry. I'm in no mood for her today. At our lockers, she had the nerve to tell me I needed to, quote, take a walk on the wild side. I wanted to say, yeah, when pigs fly, she can walk on the wild side. She can drop out of school and run away. She can do whatever she wants. Where she's going to end up, where is she going to end up? What's she going to do for a living? What's she going to put on a job resume? Many years experience, wild side walking. I've got other things to do with my life. And then she wrote, when pigs fly, I'll do what you want. When rats sing, I'll be your everything. You don't know me. You don't want to. If you did, you'd run away. She forgot to put the Y. She must have gotten interrupted. Maggie's parents are headed for Splitsville. Yep. Sunny's mother is dying, so shut up, Maggie. I know. I don't really like this Sunny slander. She's going through it, man. I keep sinking way down in my chair. Friday, home after school. Mrs. Sevico snuck up behind me while I was writing that. I had my journal on screen too. I had to slam both my notebook and my laptop shut. Mrs. Sevico made a big deal out of this. Maggie Bloom, could that possibly be you? She said, as if I were some angel who just lost her wings. Everyone laughed at me. I have to be more careful in the future. Okay, today's big news. The day was not a total washout. I think I have a new friend. Maybe 3. Amalia Vargas is cool. I saw her as I was leaving school. I was alone. Oh, that was accidental bars. Because Sunny had to run off somewhere and Dawn was still in school in some deep conversation near the lockers with Ducky McCrae. Amalia was with Cece Defarge and Marina Codele. I have never known them well, but they were both giving me big smiles. Amalia told us you have a great voice, Marina said. I could not believe Amalia had done that. My face must have turned 3 shades of red. Well, we got talking, and it turns out that Marina's brother is James, the guy Amalia likes, and that all 3 girls are planning to go to Vanish's practice on Saturday night. Enrico Chavez's garage, and they invited me to come. I smelled a rat. I told Amalia I was not going to sing. No one will force you, she said. Just hang out with us. We stopped at the corner of Elliott Road. Since I had to go off in another direction, we stood there for a while to talk. And who should come walking toward us but Justin Randall, smiling. Hey, he said. Hey, replied Marina. You coming Saturday? Justin shrugged and said okay. As he walked away, I must have been staring because Cece said, cute, huh? I guess, I replied. He's free, Amalia said with a smile, in case you're having any ideas. Cece nudged me. Now will you come to the rehearsal? Here's the weird thing. If Sunny had said something like that, I would have gotten angry. But the way Amalia and Cece were talking, I couldn't. And I had to admit something to myself. I was relieved. I mean, Justin Randall is nice looking, and he might be fun to get to know. And I know he noticed me that awful party in Mrs. Kruger's after I was thrown into the pool. Yeah, that's why we don't trust Justin. Well, maybe he just noticed what was under my soaked shirt, but still. Anyway, I said I'd check with Mom and Dad about Saturday night. She's 13, Justin. I'm sure I have nothing planned. CWR, hello. It's Betty White's birthday. Oh, I was just thinking about her. Ethel Merman recently celebrated her birthday. Oh, hello. Thank you for joining us. Comparing trauma is bad, but I'm sorry, Sunny kind of wins right now. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's annoying when you're. I've talked about this before. It's like when people say like, oh yeah, I totally support people with mental health. You know, I'm all for like helping, but it's like, as soon as somebody with mental health is like going through it, and it's one of those things where it's no longer just kind of like a saying, there's a lot of people who kind of ditch that mentality and are like, oh, I can't deal with you right now. It's too much, whatever, it's too hard. It's the same thing. And like, she's 13, so I can't really blame her that much. Like, I get where she's coming from, but still. Sunny's going through it. I don't think we can really be piling on to Sunny right now. Blah, 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 blah. Where did I leave off? Oh, I always do that. I leave off at the end of the page, and then I forget, and then I turn it. The cat is also going through it? Which cat? Oh. Babies. Just playing. Cuties. I wonder where the 4th one went. He was there. Friday, 11/14, 7:45 p.m. It just doesn't make sense. Why doesn't Dad want me to go to the rehearsal? He lets me go to rock concerts in other kids' cars. He once let me see the Rocky Horror Picture Show on a Saturday at midnight without a parent chaperone. I've never been to see a Rocky Horror midnight showing. I know, this is all because of his focus group. 50 people saw a screening of Fatal Judgment and only 8 of them rated it excellent, which means the film has to go back to the editing room and some scenes may have to be reshot. They're 3 weeks out from opening? I think it's a little late for that, isn't it? And the director's already reshooting another film and company's over budget, etc., etc., etc. Dad is frustrated, and so his first response is to anything is no. That's like some Cats the movie bullshit where they were like, yeah, we were finishing editing on the morning of the premiere. It's like, what? We need to find you a copy of Babysitter's Club Farewell Dawn, the backdoor pilot to California Diaries. I could probably find it somewhere. eBay is my secret weapon. The fourth one got tired of the chaotic energy of the other one. He is now reading The Art of War. Welcome back, Texas. I'm just picturing a little kitten in the corner reading a tiny little Art of War. Not quite as bad as the last book. There are some sad things, but it's not quite to the level of Sunny yet. Half-price books usually has a Babysitter's Club section. I think there might be a half-price near my house now. I think I might need to go check it out. Because I wanted to go look there because I'm doing this project on Sailor Moon and, like, the history of Sailor Moon and all that stuff, and I wanted to, obviously, read the manga. And I'm just like, damn, the manga is expensive. I'm good at, like, tracking down, like, bargains, especially when it comes to books, but you strike out with Sailor Moon. So not yet. It's mostly just, like, her mom's got a drinking problem. Her dad is a workaholic who puts way too much pressure on her, and she thinks she's bad at everything. Like, that's the kind of the extent. I think cinema is going to be separated by two eras from now on. Pre-Barbie movies and post-Barbie movies. I need to talk about the Barbie movies. I need to do videos. If this format that I'm working on right now goes well, I'm excited to say that I could probably start doing, like, big videos every once in a while that are, like, overarching videos on, like, the whole history of a thing that we like to talk about episode by episode. Preminger. Wait. Kitty wrestling is adorable. My two cats would wrestle all the time, and then whoever won, especially if it was the older one, would hold the other with one paw. Oh, cats are so cute together. Daniel and I did Wish Upon a Star. I've had When I He. Stuck in my head. Who killed the kitten? Nobody killed the kitten! Look at the little baby sleeping. Look at him, he's like, or actually, most of them are girls, so it's probably girls. She's like, hey, sissy, you want to play? And sis is like, nah, I want to sleep. That's such sibling energy. Oh, the fourth one's back, okay. The fourth one's just chilling. Baby sleeping. Looks so dead. It's not dead, it's just sleeping. Cats even sleep dramatically. The Art of War cat has moved on from the book. Now he's reading the Communist Manifesto. We're so proud of our boy. We love him. Look at him, he's just like, he's surveying. He's like, I'm gonna watch all my siblings make mistakes. And that's gonna be funny for me. Malls used to have concerts? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I remember there was a High School Musical concert that I didn't go to, but I walked past in the mall and was just like, ooh, a High School Musical concert. Let's see. Dad is so frustrated, so his first response to anything is no. And Mom just goes along with him. I'll have to work on her. Deep down, I know she really doesn't mind. She's just frustrated too. Pillar isn't answering her phone calls, and Mom is desperate to hire her back. I hope Pillar has gotten a better job by now. It's Friday, VCR night. She rented Hail the Conquering Hero. Preston Sturges movies always put her in a good mood. I'll ask her again after we finish watching. Friday, 11:53. Good news. She said yes. I told that to Dad when he called a few minutes ago. He'd forgotten I'd ever asked him at all, so he agreed. Thank you, Preston Sturges. Saturday, 11:15. 12:01 p.m. Amalia came over this morning. She's just great. Really down to earth. She complimented me about the house, but she didn't go overboard. She didn't read all the autographed photos on the walls. She even knows how to handle Zeke. When he first saw her, he asked me, who's the dork? She answered, I was about to ask the same question. Somehow within minutes they were laughing at each other's jokes. I was impressed. Anyway, she had a tape of Vanish, and we listened to it. I guess they're pretty good for high school kids. It's hard to tell, though, because the backup singer is kind of dull and way out of tune. Was kind of dull, Amalia reminded me. The singer had quit. But she just insists she will not make me sing. James is doing backup vocals until they audition someone else. The other headline of the day, Dad now thinks I should learn the cello. He knows someone who taught the great cellist Yo-Yo Ma, and Yo-Yo Ma went to Harvard. This means a lot to Dad. So at the moment, I'm listening to a Schubert cello sonata, but I'm thinking about rock tunes. Amalia had to go home, but she's picking me up tonight. After Schubert's over, I'll put on the Vanish tape again. Saturday, sometime past midnight. How can I sleep? I'm totally juiced up. It feels like noon. I just got back from Rico's house. What an evening. It started at 6 o'clock. I was waiting for Amalia to pick me up when a red Taurus rolled up our driveway. Amalia was waving at me from the front seat. Marina and Cece were in the back. I figured it was the Vargas family car, but I was wrong. In the driver's seat, staring googly-eyed at our house, was none other than Justin Randall. As I climbed into the back seat, Zeke came to the front door. He shouted, "Is that your boyfriend?" Everyone in the car laughed. I will kill him tomorrow. I ran up on stage and tried to sing with the performer. I was 4. My mom yelled, "Oh." From a small-ass town. I was also from a small-ass town, and I didn't go to the mall very often, but, like, when it was like, oh, we're gonna trek into town and go to the mall, and they had the concerts, it was fascinating. They were put on by... Yep. Sam Goody. Yep. My children asked me what a VHS was not long ago. Ouch. I once got pulled away from my friends while I was working as an extra on Stranger Things. We were doing mall shots, and the PA thought legitimately, he looked at me standing with my actual friends and said, "She looks way too young. She wouldn't actually be hanging out with you guys." And he put me with the 12-year-old, and I was so mad about it. Not that like, I like kids, but I was just like, my friends. And then the kids were like asking me how old I was, and I was telling them, and they were looking at me like I was ancient. And then I somehow started explaining to them, like, cable TV, like, before Netflix, where you had to watch commercials and you only had one episode of your show a week, and they, like, kind of didn't believe me. Like, they were in shock, and I just felt so old. Oh god, the communist cat started sending the other cats to... Oh my god! Oh my god. I don't want to see a downfall for this kitten. I like this kitten. Yo-Yo Ma went to Harvard is a great sentence. It really is. Sam Goody was a cool store. I'll listen to and test listen to see if you wanted to buy it. Yeah. I never bought anything at Sam Goody. I wasn't fancy enough for Sam Goody. The sleeping kitten. Yo-Yo Ma so fast. I thought the same thing, Anton. All I remember about Sam Goody is my grandmother never let me in there, and it's why. And it's weird to buy anime I could never afford if I did. Yeah. When I would go to the mall, I'd just look around and be like, oh, I can't afford any of this. But it was fun being there. When I was in the local theater and got in the kids group, all the other 13-year-olds were in the teens group. Oof. I only read a book a while ago that referenced an old-style, old-fashioned phone. And by context, I couldn't tell if it meant like a rotary or just a landline. Oh god. You're right. Giant gummy bears at Blockbuster. We had a rotary in the 90s. We never had a rotary, but we had a very shitty landline wall phone that had a cord that was not long enough. I just want to cuddle all the kitties. Me too. Look at them. Look at the one chasing the thing around in a circle. Cuties. They look like they're about ready to be adopted out. They look like they're hitting those. They said they're, what, born in October? Oh, Oh yeah, they could be adopted out by now. I wonder why they haven't been adopted out yet. Because usually it's 2 months where they're old enough to get their vaccine, or not their final vaccines, but they're old enough to be spayed and neutered, and that's when you usually adopt them out. This hardcore communist cat has told the extremist communist cat to calm down. The cat respects the other cat, so he ended the... Oh gosh, damn. Can they just be like chill socialist cats? Remember silly bands? Yes, those 7 months, yeah. Everybody was into silly bands. Do you remember the precursor to silly bands, which was those thick, really big in like 2007, 2008, the thick bands that looked horrible, but everybody was collecting them, and they came in like every color, and like anytime anybody did a fundraiser, there was one. I had a ton of those. I got one a few years ago. In a basement, the reception is crap. Yeah, that makes sense. I do not remember that, Milo. Elaborate? Names of the store logo on them. I think the only t-shirt I ever had that had a logo on it was an Aeropostale shirt. And I don't even think I bought it at Aeropostale. I think I bought it at some kind of secondhand store. So let's get 50 cents in a twist quarter. Yep. Mm-hmm. Walk around the house. Aww. Kill him tomorrow. Okay, so she's with her friends going to the concert. After what Sunny had said about Justin, I half expected him to ask all about Dad and the movie business, but he didn't. He just said, cool house, and that was that. We listened to the Vanish tape all the way to Rico's. We could not stop talking. Amalia and Justin both know a lot about music. They had all kinds of suggestions about how to improve the group's sound. Rico's house is a pretty funky part of town. Is in a pretty funky part of town that I don't know very well. As we got out of the car, Justin and I were in the middle of a conversation, so we walked across Rico's lawn together. Justin is a really sweet guy, funny too, and a lot smarter than I thought he was. Even though I shouldn't assume that someone isn't smart just because he looks the way Justin does, which is really, really handsome. She basically thought he was a himbo? Is that what she's saying? We talked about Vanish. We talked about rock music in general. We talked about male singers versus female singers. We even talked about guitar fingerings. He takes lessons. I don't want to stop talking. The group was already tuning up in an enormous garage that had been converted into a performance/recording space. Oh, like when you convert a closet into a recording space for your YouTube channel. So you can be an online creator. An older guy with a salt and pepper ponytail was adjusting sound levels while a woman played keyboard riffs. They introduced themselves as Rico's parents. Aww, I was amazed. They were so cool, relaxed. They treated Rico as if he were a buddy, joking around and talking music. Then after they finished setting up, they left. So unlike Mom and Dad. Justin wandered off to talk to a couple of other high school guys, visitors like us. Amalia introduced me to James, Rico, and the other band members, Patty and Bruce. I liked them all. As rehearsal began, Amalia, Cece, Marina, and I sat in folding chairs. James announced that the band's looking for a backup vocalist, but he would fill in. He warned us not to laugh. After a couple of songs, laughing wasn't the first thing that came to my mind. Cringing, maybe. James doesn't have much of a voice, bless. Which is too bad, because in person the band sounds even better than it does on tape. Rico and James are fantastic guitarists. This is a long chapter, long entry. Are fantastic guitarists, and Rico's not a bad lead vocalist. Patty drums like a pro, and Bruce's bass playing is solid. On the third time through Calico Rat Love Blues, James seemed to lose interest in the vocals and dropped out. Amalia, Marina, and Cece began singing along softly, and I joined in too. Rico looked our way and smiled. Louder, he said. We started wailing. The music was cranked up so high we could barely hear ourselves. At the first break, Rico's parents brought in the donuts and soft drinks as we all gathered around them. Justin smiled at me and said, "You have some set of pipes." I didn't know what he meant of that, but Amalia assures me that set of pipes is another way of saying voice. I couldn't believe he could hear me. Well, he started urging me to try out for the band. I told him Amalia had already asked. He said she has a good taste. She has good taste. Right in the middle of our conversation, Patty the drummer walked up to Justin and started flirting. Heavily, too, putting her arms around his shoulders, feeding him hunks of donut. Ugh, the works. I just turned away. Amalia caught my eye. She came toward me, smiling, but when she saw me, when she saw my face, she grew really serious. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Sure," I replied. "Why?" "You look upset." I shrugged. "Nope, fine." But I was upset. Upset at Patty for interrupting my conversation, upset at Justin for turning away from me, upset at myself, too, for caring. I did care. I cared that Justin was more interested in her than me. I cared that he liked my voice. I cared about a guy who is at least 3 years older than me and who wouldn't have the slightest interest in me. He should go out with Patty. She's closer to his age. He should. That is true. Well, the flirtation didn't last long. The band had to start up again. This time they played a ballad, Fallen Angel. The notes were way out of Rico's range, and he clearly was much more comfortable singing fast songs. Marina nudged me. "You should go up there." I shook my head, but I sat there. My legs felt all twitchy. Part of me wanted to run up and grab the mic. I love when they spell Mike like the name Mike. I could definitely sing it better than Rico. I stayed put, though I'm not crazy. Besides, I wouldn't feel comfortable singing those words. The lyrics need work, too many bad rhymes. At around 11 o'clock, the rehearsal broke up. James looked depressed. He told Amalia that the group needs at least another couple of rehearsals this week. "What's the use of rehearsing if we don't have a backup vocalist?" Rico asked. "We'll get one," James insisted. "In time for the Battle of the Bands?" Rico said. "Not the Battle of the Bands." Amalia volunteered to post an audition notice online. Online is on-line. Very 90s. I said I'd type up a flyer to put around the school. We all kept reassuring the band how good the rehearsal was, but they didn't believe us. Their goodbyes were kind of glum. On the way home, the car was pretty quiet. Justin didn't put on a tape or the radio. I think we were musiced out. I had the weirdest feeling, kind of empty and achy and sad, not sure why. Dad's home. Just heard him come in the front door. I didn't realize he was out. I thought he was home sleeping. Midnight on a Saturday. This film must be in big trouble. More tomorrow. iDog. They still have those bands. They give them out at the zoo. And sometimes it's cool. Oh. I'm writing a political drama about these poor cats. I think you're writing the follow-up to Hamlet. And I'm here for it. Remember Zunes? My dad loved his Zune. Obsessed with his Zune. So sad when Zune stopped being a thing. The communist cat started a cold war with the capitalist dogs. Oh no. Myers made millions with sparkly bats, and James with bad fan fiction. Yeah, right? Exactly. Well, and then there's the other lady who wrote After, which is literally just One Direction fan fiction. And it's horrible. And she made she sold so many books. Like, you can do it. 2008 me. "Mom, can I have a yellow jeans?" "Mom, no, I don't want them. Knuckle, you already get bullied. Do you want people to..." Oh, no! "You already get bullied. Do you want people to make fun of you more?" That feels like something my mom would have said to me when I was like, "I want to cut my hair and dye it this crazy color." That was my go-to line whenever I was mad. Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. Animal Farm, but all cats. Every time someone references that, I think of the Snickers commercial with Steve Buscemi. Is that the same one with Danny Trejo? Because I think of that too. The proletariat cat. I said that to me whenever I complained my sister had everything better, lol. got a set of pipes on you, kid. My pipes are not that big. They're perfectly average. Gosh, I've been working at it. Oh, gosh. Communist kitties. All cats are equal, but some cats are more equal than others. LOL. Don't drop the mic. It will hurt him. This is person we're talking about. Not the Battle of the Bands. Anything but the Battle of the Bands. It's the scariest thing in the world. Not the Battle of the Bands. 3 of the cats are... well, 3 of them are sleeping over there, and then that one's just like, I wish I was an only child. I'm gonna sleep over here by myself. Bless them. Technically Sunday, 11:16, 1:15 a.m. I didn't shut my light in time. Dad came stomping upstairs, demanding to know why I was still awake. Then he demanded to know what time I came home. Okay, geez, Dad. Then he demanded to know where I'd been, even though I'd already told him. When I reminded him, he blew up. You were out till midnight listening to a garage band, he said. I could have gone into a great philharmonic concert. He could have gotten me tickets to a touring company of a Broadway show, or I could have used the time practicing piano. What I want to know is, why didn't he bring this up when I first asked? He's totally irritated. I cannot wait for the premiere, so he'll become more normal again. Oof. Parents with mood swings. Not... oof. Oof. Not good. Sunday, 11:16, 11:32 a.m. Had a dream last night. I was in the army returning to Palo City during wartime. I hadn't even served, but everyone was greeting me as if I were some great hero. Parades and awards, commemorative statues, everything. Just like the guy in Hail the Conquering Hero. In my dream, Justin had stayed home from the war for some reason. We were in love, and he found out about my lie. But he didn't mind a bit. We were about to kiss when I woke up. I must admit, this means something. This is not healthy. Unrequited love is bad for the soul. Everyone knows that. I have to get over it somehow. Thank goodness Amalia called this morning. I blurted out all my complaints about Dad. She added a few choice ones about her dad. We were howling with laughter after a few minutes. Then we talked about last night's rehearsal. I mentioned how strange I felt in the car. Molly's first reaction was, "You really like him, huh?" "Who?" I asked. "Justin. Who else?" Just like that, I hadn't even given the slightest option of him. Was I that obvious? Or opinion of him. Was I that obvious, I said. Amalia laughed. I don't think so. I just know you, that's all. But we haven't been friends that long. I know, it feels as if we have, though. Isn't it that weird? It is weird, but a good kind of weird. I feel as if Amalia is some kind of long-lost sister. She's so open and smart, the kind of person that I can talk to about anything. So I tried to explain how I felt about Justin. It wasn't easy, mainly because I'm not totally sure myself. When I asked her what I should do, she sighed deeply. It turned out that she feels just as confused about James. They hang out together at school and sometimes go out, but they've never kissed or anything. The right occasion just hasn't happened, she said. Besides, I keep thinking he may like Patty. I know what that felt like. We decided boys are a total mystery and not worth it. Maybe. Next topic. Vanish auditions. Amalia said the group wanted to have them on Thursday. James had decided he would teach each auditioner 2 songs. Hook Shot and Fallen Angel. Maybe not Fallen Angel, I said. We want the auditioners to like the music. Amalia laughed. I know what you mean. So why don't you rewrite it? No way, I replied. I don't want to insult them. They'd fall on their knees and kiss your feet, Amalia said. I don't want to bring feet back into this. If they knew what was good for them. She is so flattering. After we hung up, I prepared a flyer. Simple and direct. It looks like this. Female backup singer needed for Palo City #1 rock band Vanish. Must sing pop, R&B, rock. Audition on Thursday, November 20th to 7 p.m. Rico Chavez's garage, 1371 Palomito Avenue. On neon-colored paper, it'll look great. T and Sarah were getting their start. Cat's down. One by himself. No. The one by himself is just a tired older sibling that's like, ugh. They're going if they go against Tegan and Sarah. Anyone seen High School about Tegan and Sarah? I have not. I've heard about it. Like, I vaguely know about its existence, but that's my relationship to a lot of things. All right, we have more lyrics. She didn't cross anything out. I rise through the mist with my feet off the ground. Won't you come with me? Because I don't want to be a fallen angel, a fallen angel. She rewrote the lyrics. Maggie Bloom, she copyrighted it. Sunday, 11/16, 8:07 p.m. I can't show this to James. It wouldn't be right. It would be like saying I'm better than you, but I do like it a lot more than his version. Oh well, I can always give it a different title and print it in Inner Vistas. I am the poetry editor, after all. Monday, 11/17. I'm fastening my seatbelt. The teachers are piling on the work. They see the end of the marking period coming, and they realize they haven't gone as fast as they were supposed to. So we students have to suffer. Just what I need. Couldn't write in this journal at all today. Too much work. Can't write much now either. Math and English exams tomorrow. So just a quick recap for now. Morning, I put up Vanish flyers all over Vista. Lunch, Sunny and Dawn sat by themselves in a corner. Sunny looked like she was crying. I asked Dawn about it later. She said Sunny's been staying at the Schaefer's a lot. Sunny still feels so trapped by all the painful happenings in her life. Sometimes she wants to run away again, even though her last attempt was very scary. Just out of curiosity, I asked if Sunny seemed at all interested in Justin. Dawn looked at me as if I were crazy. After what happened at Venice Beach, Sunny's sworn off boys for a while, she said. I feel guilty for judging Sunny. I have to apologize. Aw. Good for Maggie. Is this supposed to be Maggie? Because this is not at all what I was picturing Maggie looking like. After school, on the way to the Inner Vistas meeting, I saw at least a dozen kids reading the audition flyer in the front hall. At the meeting, I showed Fallen Angel to Parker Price. I told her it was a poem. She read it carefully, then murmured, verse, bridge, verse. Sounds like song lyrics. How did she get so smart? Home, study, practice, Beethoven, study, play with the cats, study. Aw, play with the cats. I'm beat. I cannot look at one more textbook, but I have this idea for a poem, just fragments and thoughts. That's the worst, when it's all just fragments and thoughts. Enough with the feet, lady. No more feet. No. It's just kind of like this blonde. I always pictured Maggie with like really dark hair. They probably said she was blonde, but for Sunny, this is what she wrote, the poem that she wrote. For Sunny. We held hands at the Hollywood Bowl as the summer sun set. I was afraid to be lost if I let go. We were 2, we were 3, we were 13, and still the sun sets. But my fingers grip air, and I feel lost. Have I let go, or have you? Rise, my friend, blaze, my friend, use your light and find me, my friend. Oh. Oh, I loved Franklin. You talking about the little cartoon turtle? I pictured her with brown hair. I don't know why. I do like the verse, we were 2, we were 3, we were 13. That's cute. Tuesday, 11/18, 5:05 p.m. I have flunked. I could not keep my eyes open during the math exam. I was so flustered. I went on to botch the English test. I had to race through the last 2 essay questions. I almost cried on the way home. Why should I even bother going to school tomorrow to get my grades? I know what they'll be. F and F. The last person I wanted to see today was Mrs. Knudsen. Every time I read the name Knudsen, I think of, has anybody seen the Drew Gooden video about Mac and Me, where he's like, Buzz Knudsen, that's not a real name. Miss Knudsen, when she showed up, I was feeling so depressed, I almost asked her to go home. It was my worst lesson ever. Mrs. Knudsen actually stopped me at one point and asked if I needed something to eat. You seem a bit fragile, was how she put it. Fragile was exactly the right word. I could feel myself starting to cry. She was looking at me so patiently, forgivingly, as if Beethoven didn't matter as much as I did. Oh. So I told her how I was feeling about the tests today, the tensions in the house, my worries about the future. Then I blurted out, the only thing that gives me any pleasure is my writing. That was stupid. As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized I was insulting her like I hated my lessons. Mrs. Knudsen was giving me this hurt look. I tried to cover up. I said I liked music too, but since I believe it's connected to writing, I hadn't mentioned music specifically. Mrs. Knudsen's face suddenly brightened. She asked if I'd been composing, and could I show her my, quote, pieces. That was when I should have shut my big mouth. You wouldn't like them, I said. They're rock songs. I wrote one for this group I'm thinking of joining as a singer-songwriter. I nearly melted into the piano bench. I mean, I haven't admitted that to anybody. Mrs. Knudsen nodded. When I was little, older than you, I ran away from home to sing in a big band. I was going to be the next Anita O'Day or Rosemary Clooney, something like that. I was just as good as they were. Better. Ran away? You? I was shocked. I wasn't gone long. The band broke up and I returned home, but I never lost my love for music. It just grew in a different direction. Are you glad you did it? Well, my parents never did forgive me. I feel as though I lost their trust. Mrs. Knudsen placed her hand gently on mine. Think about this carefully, Maggie. Experiment, yes, that's what youth is for, but measure the pros and cons and don't let yourself get in so far that it takes over your life, and definitely avoid burning your bridges. Your parents love you, even though that may be hard to see. How utterly strange. When I tried to imagine Mrs. Knudsen as a runaway band singer, I pictured a white-haired lady with spectacles and a leather jacket smoking a cigarette, riding a motorbike. But it's nice to know that she was a normal kid. She liked the pop music of her time, and she actually did something I'm too chicken to do myself. So what if I do take her advice? Joining vanish pros and cons. Cons. I would 1. Not have enough time for homework and InterVista's duties. 2. Possibly flunk school. 3. Be involved in something that has no impact on my future whatsoever. 4. Totally give up on finding another extracurricular activity. 5. Have to buy new wardrobe. 6. Get a reputation I don't want, like what's happening to Sunny. 7. Lose sleeps. 8. Make mom and dad angry. Remember being 13 and being able to get a reputation over something as simple as singing backup in a band and being afraid of that. And Spot, yes. The brand new one. Name Spot. I kind of remember Spot because it was on around. I remember Spot, but like, I was mostly just thinking of Fetch with Rough Ruffman, which was technically a little after my time, but my little brother was really into it. And it's just a good show, and I'm not embarrassed to say that I also enjoyed it, even though I was probably older than its target demographic. All right, pros. I would 1. Find out if I really can sing. 2. Find out how good my songwriting really is. 3. Do something I want to do. 4. Have fun. 5. Hang out with kids I like. 6. Possibly get to know Justin. 7. Get out of the house more often. 8. Make mom and dad angry. 8 to 8. Not such a big help. Oh well, maybe Thursday night it'll all be a moot point. Vanish will find some fantastic singer 10 times better than me, and I'll be off the hook. I have to forget about it. In the long run, it's not important. She wrote that all in caps. Fascinating political cat drama. Oh, sorry, I wasn't ignoring it. I was just kind of reading it to myself. Fascist cats. Oh, gosh. Sorry. I was just focusing on the book and then other things going on around it in chat. Tuesday night, she wrote lyrics, and this time she didn't cross anything out either. I like that we're seeing the evolution of her writing. There's a war inside, in the battlefield of my brain. Should I stand and fight, or will it drive me insane? I'm a rebel, you don't like it, then just get out of my way. You tell me you're the future, well, the future's far away. This is now, this is me, this is war. I can feel you all around me, and all righteous, not a doubt. Well, time to choose a weapon, 'cause now I'm coming out. Raise my head above the muck. Take my aim, you're out of luck. But I drop my gun and duck, 'cause the enemy, the face I see, is me. Wednesday, 11/9. Oh, we're making good time so far in this book. Almost halfway done. A 101 on my math exam. English 97. I'm still in shock. I did not want to make a big deal about the grades, but Dawn asked point blank at lunch table, so I had to announce them in front of her. Sunny, Amalia, Marina, and Cece. Dawn laughed at me. She said maybe I hadn't worried enough. If I had, I might have gotten a 101 on the English, too. Look, if I didn't worry, my grades wouldn't be so good, I explained. Sunny groaned. Yeah, your average might drop to a 97. You'd be a lot happier, Amalia suggested. I am happy, I protested. She's not. I just want to do well in school, don't you? If I had your brains and work habits and your talent, Amalia said, I wouldn't be worried a bit. I'd be singing in 2 bands, Sunny added. I told them all that they didn't understand, that they should try being in my shoes. Amalia said that I should step out of my shoes. I should pretend to be someone else looking at me. Make it into an exercise. I know she meant well, but I felt picked on, so I clammed up and ate. Not the fascist cats! Gold Classic Collection commercial from like 1999 where the song Taking Us Home plays makes me cry. Oh, I always cry at the end of Meet the Robinsons. To this day, no matter how many times I see it. In fact, it used to be a thing where if I was doing a scene where I had to cry for any project I was working on, I would always play Little Wonders by Matchbox 20, or maybe that's just Rob Thompson by himself, but that song makes me cry because I think about Meet the Robinsons. Dad made what were probably jokes about me getting less than 100 in grades, and it fucked me up. Oh, I'm sorry, Adriel. When I was in 3rd grade, I did like the standardized ACAT test, and I did really well. Like I tested in like the 99th percentile. And they were like, she's testing like a college student. She's you know, she could skip all these grades. She's doing great. And then like, I didn't, looking back, I probably thought that I had to like live up to that for the rest of my like school career. And it like takes me a little bit of time to remember that like I don't literally have to be perfect at everything. I had that song on my MP3 player and made me cry every time. It's not even like, it's just one of those songs. It's just kind of like, it's not even sad so much as it just is like nostalgic in a weird way. Perry's yelling at me. Hang on. I'm gonna put the Reading is Awesome bookmark in. Oh, Winnie the Pooh always gets you. My mom still goes on about me missing a state on a geography test I took in 4th grade. My mom still reminds me of the time that I answered people, place, or thing for squirrel. I said people and then argued with her because I did not want to say the squirrel was the thing because that was disrespectful to the squirrel. Alright, the coffee smell is just starting to dissipate, Perry, so be careful, please. Just a reminder, I'm fucking 40. That reminded me of the song, the Bo Burnham song, Turning 30. Turning 30, turning 30. Come on, Perry. Hi! Come on. Come on. You can make it. It is a very small jump. Yes, hi. Nope. You don't need to be on the... You don't need to be on the thing. You can just sit. You're gonna get them killed, Digger. He tried hard, though. Squirrels are people, too. Squirrel rights. It's like back when I was in, like, 4th grade. I was just like, we can't disrespect the squirrels. Whoop. Whoop. Alright, Perry, sit. Sit, please. Sit. Yes, hi. I'm waiting for her to notice the kittens. See if she goes ballistic again. Where was I? But I thought and thought about it, and I tried out the exercise just a few minutes ago. Stepping out of myself is easy. In a way, I do that whenever I'm writing. But I don't look at myself when I write. I look out at the world. So just now, I pretended that I was a fly, hiding just inside the overhead fluorescent light. And I imagined looking down. I scanned the room, looking at all the kids. But when I got to myself, I had the most horrible feeling, a huge inferiority complex. Squirrel Girl is one of my favorite superheroes. She has so much ADHD. Yeah. He's home. Hopefully. Oh. Oh, really, Perry? You have to leave for emergency. Oh, I'm sorry, Texas. Be safe. Hopefully see you soon. Oh, no, Perry. I saw the money, the nice clothes, the house and the pool, the grades. Then I suddenly wanted to cry because I could see my face. It was so tight and sad, and I had this image of an invisible cage around me. Then I started hearing the song lyrics, and that's when I stopped the exercise. Oh, Perry. And that's when I stopped the exercise. I was convincing myself I was one of those characters in my songs, which is just so true. Those lyrics are not about me. I just write them. They pour out. They're just songs. He is. But the wonderful thing about him is that he's a wonderful thing. I pretend I'm a mosquito flying above, trying to see things from above. Something like that. I don't know. I was high. If you're ever really stuck with, like, especially songwriting, writers, Perry, easy. That is a picture of kittens. Please don't knock my margarita. Ah, okay. Had the same problem. It turns out that everyone in the advanced classes was cheating to pass tests, told my high school teachers, and they didn't care, so I stopped trying in high school. Yeah. But by senior year, I was so tired. I had a job, and I was, stressed about my life and if I was gonna go to college, which I didn't end up doing, and everything. And then my senior year, and I think everybody's senior year, I was just over it. I was like, whatever. It is what it is. You do not drink margarita. Disney Pooh still just listen to the book, but I still picture the Disney characters because all my toys were them. Yeah, they're cute. I had middle of semester burnout. This book got me. Yeah. Yeah, you really got to be careful because burnout will mess you up. Here, Barry, you want to come sit here now? Come on. Oh, no. She keeps wanting to see the kittens and then getting distracted by the alcohol. You make that margarita from a recipe I sent? I did not. This is actually my mom made it from her recipe, and I came down the stairs and she was like, margarita, and I was like, margarita. But I do want to make the one from there is a good margarita recipe in the book that you sent, and I really want to try it. Speaking of Pooh, who remembers the Book of Pooh TV series? Used to love it, and it was puppets, so you'd think I'd have been terrified of it, but it was Pooh, so. Last year of high school was fun for me because I only took enough classes to be considered a part-time student, just hung around for most of it. That sounds nice. I feel like junior year is way more stressful. Junior year is the year where you're, like, actually like, oh shit, I need to get my grades up. Perry, you're underage, no drinking. That's right! You're underage! She's like, I'm like your age in cat years, bitch. Last year combined junior and senior year. I was offered the option to combine or skip grades and all that stuff, and my parents were like, no, you need to go to 12 years of education. You can't be one of those kids that's like, I'm in college at 14. Which is probably for the best. Honey. Why? Nope. She is staring intently at this. Find a cookout recipe magazine at Dollar Tree today, and I mailed it to you. Oh, thank you. I'm addicted to mail. Don't go out of your way to send me mail if you don't want to. I do very much appreciate all the stuff that you have sent, though. It's always very fun. I went to the post office twice this week, and there was like, I think 10 different packages between both of them. It was a lot. I'm a Patrick, and I'm a mailaholic. Hi, Patrick. Just give me a taste, man. What was the old Dare program? Not even once. I was like, hey kid, you want a cigarette? And it's like, not even once, and then they die. I'm putting it in the other room because I feel like if I put it down, she's gonna be Perry about it. And then something is gonna... And then everything is gonna smell like tequila instead of just coffee. All right. All right. You want to hear more of the book? Okay. Wednesday night, she wrote another part of a song. Hey, down there, who are you? Who do you look at me? Or why do you look at me the way you do? Eyes like leather, aged and tough, won't let me in. They say you've had enough. Well, you write, and your words just lock you in. And sooner or later, they'll harden like a second skin. Open up, unlock the gate. You're young enough to control your fate. Do it now before it's too late. Hey, down there, I love you. 11:20. I just looked over my list of pros and cons. I decided most of the cons are ridiculous. Back when Amalia asked me to sing with the band, I should have said yes. If I had, there would be no audition now. I would be Vanish's official backup singer. Dad would be annoyed, but he'd get over it. I'd find time to study and edit poems. Now it's too late. Tonight's the audition. In a few hours, some future Madonna is going to show up in Rico's garage. I've really, really blown it. Bye, Perry. I'm not sure what the rhythm is supposed to be. I don't know what the song is supposed to sound like. Like, you can't really just sing it off of just lyrics. There's no sheet music. You remember that PSA with the song that goes like, drugs, 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 which are good and which are bad, drugs, ask your mom and dad. Yes, I do remember. Rap it? I don't think it's a rap. A big spill part 2. No, we're good. No, I think Daniel just has jobs and stuff sometimes this time of day / night. All right, Thursday, 11:31 p.m. Right now, I do not know how to feel. I am ecstatic. I am angry. I am confused. At dinner tonight, I could not eat a thing. Mom had ordered a fancy meal with all these heavy sauces from some French restaurant. Zeke kept making gagging noises and demanding we all go out to Wendy's. Ooh, Wendy's. By the end of the meal, Mom was pretty disgusted with both of us. Normally, I wouldn't have minded eating, but all I could think about was the audition. I told Amalia I'd go help out, but the thought of watching all the singers was making me sick. This time, Rico's dad picked me up. Not Justin. I was relieved. I didn't need one more thing to be making me nervous. About 10 girls were gathered outside Rico's garage door. They all looked perfect, like they just stepped out of a music video. Weird hair, body jewelry, cool sunglasses, clothes never before seen on a human. As Amalia and I walked toward the garage, I felt so conspicuous in my chinos, topsiders, polo shirt, and headband. Ooh, the 90s vibes. The auditioners were all giving me these what is she doing here looks, as if they looked at me at all. Good old Amalia didn't seem fazed. a bit. I followed her inside and tried to absorb her attitude. Marina was there too. Her job was to let the girls in one by one. The first girl's name was Amethyst. Ooh, Amethyst is one of my favorite gemstones, so I can dig it. Any Canadians out here remember the PSA with the creepy felt puppet singing Don't you put it in your mouth and you what? Probably very slow and grungy. It probably is. I have a cousin named Amethyst. I like that. I like it. It's cool. I have not seen this. I am not Canadian. I gotta go let Perry out. Hang on. Yeah, so mighty gray one. Come on. Okay. All right. Amethyst is a cool last name. Yeah, it is. We body shame and then we fight a lot. They do those things. What is a wufflove? Marina was there too. Her job was to let the girls in one by one. The first girl's name was Amethyst. She was absolutely gorgeous. Her outfit was so incredibly revealing that the guys could not stop staring at her. Molly and I were cracking up. But the moment she opened her mouth, no one was amused. She sounded like a screaming tomcat. The next girl had a good voice, but couldn't find the right key. She kept stopping the audition and asking the band members to tune up. Number 3 was okay too, but she was a professional actress, and she demanded that James contact her agent to discuss her share of any future recording profits. Ugh. At first, Somalia and I tried hard to clap for everyone and look encouraging. James would thank each girl and promise to call back. Then he would turn to us and make a face. By the end, 19 girls had auditioned. Only 5 of them were good, and 3 of those were great. At least I thought so. Not James. He looked completely depressed. By the time the last girl left, he practically threw his guitar on the floor in disgust. I'm calling Backstreet and canceling, he said, stomping off. Amalia ran after him. Rico, Patty, and Bruce were listily unhooking their wires. Marina suggested they have another audition later in the week. Rico said the Battle of the Bands was only 12 days away, and it would be hard to get someone to learn all the music by then. I mentioned the names of the 3 girls I liked. I hated them, Rico replied flatly. They don't fit with the group. Patty gave me a kind of weary half-smile. You should have auditioned. She's great, Marina blurted out. Yeah? Rico picked up his guitar again. Can you do the harmonies on Hookshot? I froze up. I could not get my mouth to work. Sure she can, Marina said. I'll get James. She raced out of the garage. I wanted to follow her, but I couldn't move. I was petrified. Then Bruce started playing the bass line. Patty came in with a strong beat. Rico grabbed the guitar and called out, 1, 2, 3, 4. He launched into the song himself. I was stuck. I opened my mouth and squawked. That is the best way I can describe the sound that came out. Rico gestured toward James's mic. I unlocked my knees and walked toward it. Patty and Bruce were beaming at me, nodding encouragingly. I don't know how, but smack in the middle of the verse, I managed to find the harmony. It just came out of my mouth very softly. I could barely hear myself. I moved closer to the mic. Now I could hear my voice blasting out of the monitors, and I didn't want to be loud, but I had to be. It was the only way I could tell whether or not I was in tune. It was the strangest sensation. I didn't feel as if I were performing. I didn't feel stage fright or fluttery stomach or anything. I felt as if I were working, actually, like taking a hard English exam. When it was over, I was startled by a blast of raucous noise from the garage door. It was James and Amalia whistling and clapping and whooping at the top of their lungs. I'd been concentrating so hard I hadn't noticed them entering. Before I could react, Rico had taken me by the shoulders. Why didn't you tell us you could do this? He exclaimed. We wouldn't have had to listen to all those turkeys. I didn't even answer. All I could do was grin. I felt Amalia and Marina's arms around me, and I heard James say, You're in. Let's start rehearsing now. So we did. I, Maggie Bloom, am now the backup singer for Vanish. It feels so good to write that. I learned the backup vocals for 3 songs. I learned how to play the the tambourine song, the tambourine. Everyone was encouraging. They asked me to come to the next rehearsal on Saturday, and maybe, just maybe, I'll learn enough guitar to join in. I had so much fun, I'm still shaking. Nothing could make me come down, not even what happened when I got home. Dad was at the front door, watching as Mr. Chavez dropped me off. He glared at me while I walked toward the front door. It's almost midnight, were his first words. I don't care how angry he was. I was excited enough for at least 3 people. I threw my arms around him and gave him a big kiss. I'm in, I began. I was going to say vanish, but I stopped myself. I could tell Dad wasn't ready to hear the news quite yet. In what? He grumbled. In love? Don't tell me. I laughed and said something ridiculous like, in with a new group of friends. Then I went straight into the kitchen. I was starving. Mom was sitting there in her silk bathrobe over a cup of decaf and a stack of papers. She watched me warily over her reading glasses. Tomorrow's a school day, she reminded me. I know, I said. Dad was pacing the kitchen now, barking into his cell phone. What do you mean the house manager has rented the theater? Unrented. Where are we supposed to have the premiere? At the YMCA? I looked at Mom. She smiled and rolled her eyes. Dad slammed the phone down. Now they find this out. We've got the caterers lined up for the party. The spotlights are rented, etc., etc., etc. I listened with half an ear. That's the only way I could deal with Dad when he's like this. Sometimes I wish he were more like Dawn's father. He never talks about work when he's home. Then I think Dad wouldn't have gotten where he is today without being so obsessed. The fates of major films ride on his shoulders. It's such an awesome job, and he still manages to be a good father, providing it's not too close to premiere dates. That doesn't sound like he's doing that great, but you know. They have the nerve to ask if I can change the date, Dad was thundering. I told them it's their problem now. The media will be at the theater door at 6 o'clock on December 2nd, expecting a premiere. We have the main dining room of Duomo rented for the party next door. Which reminds me, you do have something nice to wear to that party, don't you, Maggie? I told Dad I'd check out my closet. On the way to my room, I had a funny feeling. Inside, I shut the door behind me and quickly tapped out Amalia's number. They all have different words for dialing the phone. Like, Dawn says dial, Sunny says punched in, and then Maggie says tapped. She answered the line in a hushed voice. Her parents were asleep. Lucky her. Amalia, when's the Battle of the Bands? A week from Tuesday. The first band gets on at 6:45, I think. I mean, what's the date? I think it's December 2nd. Why? Uh-oh, it's a Friday. It's a Freaky Friday situation. The 2nd? That's the premiere of Fatal Judgment. So I have to go. My dad's the producer. Tell him you have something else to do. You're not the producer. It's not that easy, Amalia. Well, sleep on it, okay? Don't jump to any rash decisions. Some people just can't understand. I am sunk, dead in the water. I mean, she's 13. What's she gonna do at a party? Like, she's not really, like, needed there. I remember that vine. House hippos. I know about house hippos because it blew up on YouTube a few years ago. Love is a kind of Furby that gives birth. Oh, okay. Oh, hi, Miss Firing. Yes, we're on Kitten Watch again because these books. This one hasn't been nearly as sad as the last California Diaries one that we read, but we weren't sure, and there were a couple intense moments. So to be safe, we just started off with kittens. Yeah, they're sleeping. Look, I love the one. I love the 3 sleeping together, and then the one over there that's like, nah, I'm getting my own place, sleeping in the little box. For a kitten stream. Well, I keep saying that the next time we foster kittens, because we set up a little camera for them down there, much like this one anyway, just so that we can keep an eye on them wherever we are in the house. I'm totally gonna just hook it up to the stream so that I can keep an eye on them and we can look at kittens and I won't have to feel slightly bad about watching somebody else's kittens, although I don't think they mind. Possibly for the merch. When are you gonna make another funny? Possibly for the merch. I need to... I actually been talking to Spencer about doing some commercials for different things that happen on the channel. Possibly for the merch. Wait, which? Which for the merch? Maggie, it's called Feigning Ill. Yeah, right? Bespoke merch commercials would definitely be really appreciated. I think the books are suffering from Goosebumps tone whiplash. I mean, they all have different lives, right? It's not really... I don't know. I can see that for sure. But it's also fair to be like, these are 5 different characters. They're all going to write differently. They're all going to have different outlooks on life. They're all going to have different lives, you know? Avery's home for Misfit Book commercial. Oh, I'm already planning it out. For sure. Because 1, it would just be fun. And 2, I don't think the majority of people that watch this channel actually know that we do these read streams. Catch you later. Bye, Anton. Big stretch. Look at the kitty. Oh, look at them. Oh, bless. You'll never not have friends again. I don't... We filmed that because Spencer needed something to record to, and we were just making ourselves laugh, and we're like, this is so stupid. I love it. Friday, 11/21, 7:32 a.m. I have had a whole night to think about my dilemma. During most of it, I was wide awake. My mind was like a twister. First of all, I could not erase the image of those 3 auditioners. They were much better singers than me, and they looked the part, too. I mean, what exactly did I do that was so great? I went up there dressed like Nancy Drew. Hey, don't be putting down Nancy Drew. One thing to put down Sunny, but to put down Nancy Drew? I blasted harmonies at the top of my lungs without a smile, staring at the mic, and they want me to be the backup singer? What is wrong with this picture? I kept thinking the last drama club play I did last year when Mr. Coker asked me to play the lead in, wait, how do you, I've never known how to pronounce that. M-A-M-A, is it Mamie? Just want to break into that place. The kittens are like, whoa there. Maggie, I will throw a brick through your window if you ever diss Nancy Drew. Look, Maggie, you don't want to end up with Dawn on our shit list. Should be the inclusion of friends and never not having them again, regardless of the product or context. Also double negatives. Yes, the double negatives were my favorite part of it, too. Because I wrote it down in, like, I wrote that whole, like, speech in, like, 5 minutes, just because Spencer was like, I need something to edit to. I can't go any further until we have something that I can edit this to. Mamay. Okay. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce half of anything. Even though I'd signed up for stage crew, I was so flattered until Polly Guest overheard Mr. Coker say to someone over the phone, I just cast Hayden Bloom's daughter as the lead. Maybe I can write my ticket out of this job after all. He was using me. He thought that by casting me, he'd meet Dad, and Dad would make him a star director. Kitty! Mama kitty! Oh. Mom's like, damn it, I'm awake now. I'm a little too energetic today. I feel that. Although I am running on like 2 hours of sleep, so I'm not feeling that right now, but I usually feel that. Or whatever it was that Mr. Coker wanted to be. I'm so glad I turned that down. When I mentioned this situation to Dad, he said, unfortunately, you'll always have to be looking out for that sort of thing, sweetheart. So I do. And I'm thinking, is that what's happening here? James and Rico know who Dad is. They must know he's pals with all the record company executives. Is that why they they just happened to pick me over those other girls. But Amalia insists that I'm good. I don't think she'd lie, and I can do harmonies. That's what backup singers do. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the other singers were too strong. Soloists, really. Maybe James and Rico needed someone who will blend in, not steal focus. I'm great at that. That is all. This is all so confusing. Poor kid. Okay, let's say that they're being honest. They like me. Now what? How can I agree to join them? I can't be in 2 places at once on December 2nd, period. I have to quit Vanish. That's all there is to it. The sooner I do it, the less painful it'll be. I've only been a member for half a day. I'll call Amalia and tell her right now. No! Don't do it! Mom is wearing a very fetching vest. Yeah, I think it has something to do with trying to teach the kittens not to be nursing, like to get them on cat food. I have heard of people having to do that. Usually it's pretty easy because kittens just get to a point where they're like, ah, crunchy food. I want the crunchy food. A vest would require medical intervention because heat. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, you guys are probably having a really crazy summer, right? We're having an insane winter over here. Yeah, they're wanting to wean them. Scratching the camera. I know. They're little internet celebrities like iCarly. Friday, 4:17 p.m. My head is spinning. This morning when I told Amalia I'd quit and I mentioned my suspicions, she practically yelled at me. These guys aren't thinking of record contracts. She said they're sophomores and juniors. Look, Maggie, you have to have more self-confidence. You do great vocals. Then I reminded her about my conflict with the movie premiere. That's a different story, she said. Have you discussed it with your dad? I told her I couldn't. In his frame of mind, he wouldn't understand. Maybe he would like this idea, Amalia suggested. I mean, he's your father. He cares about you. Patiently, I explained how important premieres are, how Dad can't be bothered by trivial things until the opening weekend grosses are in. Trivial, Amalia said. Is that you talking or him? That really stopped me, like a slap in the face. Me, of course, I snapped. I have to be honest, Amalia said. It sounds like you're doing what he wants, not even that, what you think he wants. What about you, Maggie? Do you really want to quit? Vanish? Amalia knows what's up. She gets a book, right? She has the next book? I can't wait to read hers. I told her the truth. No. Amalia told me not to rush things, to pretend our conversation hadn't happened. She promised not to tell James. I quit. But what am I going to do? I asked. Whenever I have to make a big decision, I talk it out with all my friends. I take a poll, and I listen to everyone's advice. Eventually, the answer becomes clear. That made sense. I agreed to give it a try. Before homeroom, all at our lockers, I told Dawn what had happened. She disagreed with Amalia. You're not quitting for your dad, she said. You're doing it for your family, to be with them on an important night. There's nothing wrong with that. Dawn! Stop talking. I shouldn't have so much dislike for a canonically 13-year-old character. Jesus Christ, I don't like Dawn. I hadn't really thought of it that way. One for the quit column. I was going to ask Sunny at lunch, but I still felt so much tension between us, so I ended up apologizing to her. I told her I shouldn't have been so cold and judgmental. Then I reached into my pack and gave her a copy of the poem I wrote her. She read it carefully. She looked as if she wanted to cry, but she covered it with giggles and told me I was, quote, talented. Anyway, I did have a chance to tell her. Okay, calm down, kitties. About my problem after school. I told Ducky too, but only because he happened to be hanging out with her. Poor Ducky. Don't you dare drop out, Sunny said when I asked why. She began counting on her fingers. 1, you are the smartest and most talented person I know, even though you hate your wardrobe. Even though I hate your wardrobe. And you should explore those talents. 2, your father has premieres all the time, but the Battle of the Bands happens once a year. 3, if you don't go, maybe I can go in your place. She grinned. Huh? Could I? Ducky groaned. I couldn't help smiling myself. Maybe you can compromise, Ducky said. Tell me a little about your dad's party. I described a premiere. The dull screening at which everyone watches a movie they've all seen before. The reception at which dad plays big shot, introduces his family all around, and tries to drum up money for his next film. There you go, Ducky. I said, skip the boring... There you go, Ducky said. Skip the boring movie, go to the Battle of the Bands. first, then catch your family later in the party. How? I asked. Backstreet is in Palo City, and the party's in Beverly Hills. I'll drive you, Ducky volunteered. Ducky's volunteering to drive everybody. I think he's just happy to have friends. Bless him. Pick me up on the way, Sunny said. She was joking, I hope. Anyway, Ducky's solution sounds perfect. He's such a good guy. When Dad comes home tonight, if Dad comes home, I'll bring it up. Friday, 7:52. We have more lyrics. Less talk, more killing, more tickets, less fulfilling. Cut the words, cut off some limbs, count the money, then do it again. This is your life, Dad. Cash on a platter. Are you proud of yourself for making it matter? When I stand by your side, tell me who do you see? Am I your mirror or am I me? How are my wishes worse than yours? Must I be with you on all of your chores? I'm a beast of burden, not a bird that soars. And the sound that I hear is the closing of doors. Molly's book is next. I'm excited. She has a battle of the bands. She has to beat. Yeah, right? I can't think of a single movie that ended with everybody rushing to a big movie premiere, except for, like, The Room, and the whole point was that the movie was bad and that they all wished they hadn't gone to the premiere in the end. Kind of. It's Kevin from Up. I love Kevin from Up. Oh my god. They're running into stuff. Our little charges broke land speed record from 0 to chaos remarkably well. That's Cats for you. Very ironic of Dawn to say that when she's rude to her parents constantly. When has Dawn ever been there for her family or her friends? She, like, basically, like, Sunny came to her crying after running away, and she was like, I can't believe you would do this to me. How could you? Ducky needs age appropriate. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with Ducky being friends with younger kids. He's basically like a big brother to them. That's true. Blazing Saddles did have all the cowboys rush to the premiere of their own movie. And the SpongeBob movie had Pirates Mob the theater from premiere. Okay, I stand corrected. But still. School of Rock. There's Sister Act 2. So many band type competitions. Lemonade Mouth. So many. Camp Rock. Friday, 9:17 p.m. Sister Act 3 is coming out? What? I still maintain that Sister Act 2 is the better out of the two movies. I asked him politely. I was very reasonable. I waited until he finished his dinner, and he looked relaxed. I had scripted exactly what I needed to tell him, and I stuck to it word for word. And I remember our conversation word for word as if it were a screenplay. Dad, I said, I really want to go to the opening night party. I know how important that is, and I also know that we've seen Fatal Judgment already, so the screening is kind of a formality. Dad chuckled at that. I'll say, hit me if I fall asleep before the second reel. So my friend Ducky has agreed to drive me to the party so I don't miss 1 minute of it, I went on. Isn't that great? Dad gave me a blank look. Why would you need a ride? Aren't you coming with us? Well, I was sort of hoping, since it doesn't matter if I miss the screening, that I could go to this club called Backstreet. They're having a battle of the bands, and some high school bands are competing for a prize, so it's very important. Really? Is this Ducky fellow in one of the groups, Dad asked. I braced myself. Well, no, I am. Cool, Zeke exclaimed. Dad sat forward. Wait, this is the group whose audition you went to see the other night. At Chico's house? Rico's. You didn't tell us you were auditioning, Mom said. I didn't intend to audition, I explained, but they didn't like any of the other singers, so they made me try, and I got it. I was so wrong about Dad's mood. He was not relaxed. He was like a time bomb. He literally shot up from his chair. His face was red. This is the after-school activity you get involved in? A garage band? They're good musicians, I insisted. Practically professional. Beethoven was a good musician. Bach, Brahms. But they're dead. You want to meet a good live musician? Fine, I'll call Bill Johns tomorrow. He scored my last movie. 1 hour with him and you'll learn so much about music your head'll spin. But that's a different kind of music, I protested. Trust me, Maggie. Scratch the surface of any popular musician today. Pop, jazz, even the best rock performers. And what do you find? Classical training. Hours of practice as a child. Dad, I'm not a child, I said. You're 13. Don't fool yourself. This isn't the Beatles here. It isn't the Philharmonic. These are kids mucking around on guitars. That's what they said about the Beatles before they got really famous. I know it seems glamorous, but don't be tempted by easy entertainment at your age. You have to be serious. You do easy entertainment, Dad. What's Fatal Judgment? That's different. I make those so the studio can finance the more artistic movies. That's my job. But even to make action movies, I had to pay my dues. I had to achieve. You know that, Maggie. I achieved too. I have a 98 average in school. I play piano. I'm in the Honor Society. Inter Vistas. That's a lot. I need to have fun too. So have fun. Invite your friends over. We have a video library of 2,000 titles. Ooh, a video library. Nice. I'm jealous. Today, you call this group fun, but already look what it's doing. You've come home late on school nights. You want to skip out of a screening. They told her she could go to the things. They told her she could go. My older sister loves Sister Act. Sister Act 2, like Sister Act, the original one, is not a bad movie by any means. I enjoy it, but Sister Act 2 is clearly the superior movie. Now, yeah, I heard that in Whoopi Goldberg's voice. I always, my mom and I always quote when we like return home from something, we'll be like, "Welcome back, hey." What's next? I was so angry and sad and shocked I could barely speak. I fought back tears. Zeke had shot away and was rooting around in the fridge. Mom was giving me a mournful look. Your father's right, she said. My father's always right, I managed to mumble before I ran to my room. Friday, 10:51 p.m. Just apologize to Dad. He apologized back. He said he'd come down too hard. Don't apologize, you didn't do anything. Then he admitted something I never knew. He said he hates making blockbuster movies. He'd rather be making risky, interesting, low-budget films. Well, you can do that. Years ago, his dream was to be a director/screenwriter, not a producer, but he didn't try hard enough in film school. The students who worked harder than he did, the ones who took their studies seriously and made gutsy films, they're the ones making movies Dad wished he could make. Please understand, I'm just thinking of what's best for you, Maggie. He said, it's one band. It must have been hard for Dad to admit all that. I guess I was seeing him in a new light. He wants to be the best, but he knows he's not. He works hard and assumes the worst is going to happen. He gets totally frantic when things go wrong. That's called an unhealthy lifestyle. And also, nobody's the best, so there's no point. Sorry for what? Staining the carpet with right? What did she do that's wrong? I'm sorry that I asked to do something of my own volition that doesn't involve your weird life path that you've already, like, planned out for your 13-year-old. He told his 13-year-old to have a 5-year plan. That's getting into, like, oh, what was it? The guy, what did everybody call him? Bean Dad, the guy that was like, I'm gonna sit here and make my 8-year-old figure out how to open this can of beans, and nobody's eating until she does. That's that energy. He wants to go wrong, none of which makes him easy to live with. I guess I understand, I told him, but Dad smiled and stood up. I knew you'd come around. Maybe your friend can make a video of the Battle of the Bands, and if you really love singing rock songs, you and I can go shopping for some karaoke tapes after the premiere, okay? My stomach sank. Ugh. Here I was, going overboard to understand him, and he totally misread me. Interrupted me, too. As he walked out, I just said, sure, Dad, and I meant it. If he wants to buy me karaoke tapes, fine. I did not say I'd go to the screening. Good for you. Do it. I hate it when parents get mad that your plans don't match theirs. Yeah. I'm really grateful to have parents that were just like, okay, you don't feel like you wanna go to drama school, and you don't feel like going and getting like you know, a business degree at college is worth what you want to do. Okay. Okay, we support you. And I was just like, I'm always grateful that I had those parents, because I'm happy with the career path that I'm on now. And there's a lot of people who are not happy because they were shoved into a career path that they didn't want to be on. Anna Delvey's voice. The Battle of the Bands is so broke-ass. We need something more exclusive, more VIP, like House of Blues. Here, run it on my card. That's funny. Friday, 11:03 p.m. We're not even counting. Oh, no, she put up the date there. She wasn't putting up the date, and I was like, oh, we've just given up on the actual date. Dates don't matter. Dates are a social construct. Am I nuts? Who am I trying to kid? He's my father. He's been there for me my whole life, okay? He has a temper. He gets a little crazy, but he's human and he cares about me. He expects me to go. It's not a surgery. It's just a premiere. I should go. Besides, I told him, sure. I can't just turn my back. Why is my life so difficult? Just don't do it. 1990-something, just say that. Yeah. Well, they're not putting the year. I'm sure that's on purpose, but she stopped giving up on, like, putting the day, like, month and day. Kittens! Don't knock the camera over. I bet those cameras they look bolted in. This morning, James called. He wanted to change the rehearsal from 1 to 2. I knew just what to say. I forced up the words in my head. James, I have to quit. James, I began. I couldn't do it. Not over the phone. It was too impersonal. I had to tell the group face to face, as painful as it might be, so I said okay, which meant I had the whole morning to worry. Hey, how are the golden pipes? James asked as I walked in. Fine, I replied absently. But I was thinking about Dad, about how I'd given him a compromise, about how I'd arranged to be at the party and do what he wanted to do, about how I'd been reasonable and he'd said no. And I came to the conclusion that he simply does not want me to have a life. Okay, let's set up. Rico was calling out, we don't have all day. The words I needed to say, I quit, were sliding further and further back into my mind. I sang through Hookshot. I learned a couple of other tunes that we ran through about 10 times each. James is an incredibly tough boss. We didn't break for almost 2 hours. My throat felt like raw hamburger. Speaking of which, I need a drink. Jeez. Battle of the Bands in Oklahoma City is usually at a bar called Fassler Hall. That sounds fun. Finally, Mr. Chavez brought out some snacks and drinks. As Amalia and I ate and chatted, James and Rico were heatedly talking about Fallen Angel. Rico was convinced Vanish should use it in the set. At Backstreet, James was gently trying to tell him that the lyrics weren't good enough. Amalia nudged me. Didn't you write lyrics, she asked. Yes, I said quietly, but I don't. Amalia turned to James and said, try Maggie's words. I felt like melting into the floor. I was mortified. I mean, I barely knew Rico, and I was already changing his song. James asked me to write out my version. My hands were shaking when I did it. Now I knew I wouldn't have to quit. I'd be fired. I was too nervous to stand around while James, Rico, Bruce, and Patty read the sheet. I wandered over to the keyboard and started playing softly. I played around with the chords for Hey Down There, trying to fix the bridge, of course. To do that, I had to sing along. I guess I must have been concentrating hard because I made it all the way to the end of the song without stopping, and when I reached it, I realized that I wasn't singing softly anymore. I also realized no one had said a word to me the whole time. They were all standing around the keyboard staring at me. Suddenly, I felt clammy and nervous. I stood up quickly and apologized for playing on and on. It's okay, Rico mumbled. He was giving me this strange look. They all were, even Amalia. I know I shouldn't have changed the words. I said I wasn't going to show you. Words? James asked. To Fallen Angel, I reminded him. We love the words, Rico said. They're 100 times better than mine, but what was that song you just played? Just one of mine, I replied. It's nothing. Amalia shook her head. It's not nothing, she said softly. James asked me if I would mind playing it again. Anything was better than standing there with my hands dangling. I sat back down and played the intro. As I began the verse, I heard a gentle, steady beat. I glanced over and saw Patty at the drum set. Bruce was setting up too, and he joined in with a low, thumping bass line. Soon James and Rico were strumming guitars. Suddenly, Hey Down There was a song. My words, my melody, they sound so real. When we reached the last verse, I sat back and closed my eyes. I tried not to think about how my voice sounded. I just thought about my words and what that meant to me. As the final chord faded into silence, I could see Amalia standing in the garage door with Mr. Chavez. No one said anything for a while. James was the first one to speak. You know, he said, we were wrong to make you our backup singer. I swallowed hard. This was it. I knew it. They'd been humoring me, letting me play stupid composition before letting me go. I'm sorry, I was about to say, but James cut me off. We should have made you our lead singer. Amen, Mr. Chavez called out. No offense, Rico. Rico was beaming. Does this mean I don't have to do vocals anymore? I wanted to scream. I wanted to dance on the keyboard. I wanted to lift up everyone and fly around the garage together. But I'm me. I just said thank you and had another snack. One thing I did not do was quit. I just couldn't. Not after one of the happiest moments of my life. Oh, no. Welcome back, Texas. Ouch, that hurt. Oh, I need to plug this in. Hang on, guys. Almost done. Like 3/4 of the way there. We're making great time tonight. When do we make this great time? Yes, I know. I'll plug it back in when I'm ready to start editing again. Everyone place your pets. I don't know, that kitten looks pretty determined to take out that camera and all that it is in its wake. Oh, it fell! The little hiss. I love when kittens just learn that they can hiss. It's the cutest thing ever. It's so tiny and not at all threatening. For those just joining back in, Maggie has joined the band as the backup singer, and now she has progressed up to being lead singer and songwriter. Have a round of applause for our girl. I can forgive her for saying that Nancy Drew, for somewhat dissing Nancy Drew that one time. Just don't do it again. I love when kittens realize we're the front door. Aww. Yeah, kittens are they're just very sweet. Remind me always of Aristocat's little orange. Yep, trying because he's stiff. Yes. Adorable kittens. I kill you. Yes. He didn't make it, so he just laid down in the box. Alright, Saturday. I just met a great girl I want you all to know. You may not recognize her, so just say hello. She's dancing on starlight. She's spinning round and round. Please don't try to catch her. Her feet can't touch the ground. Just put on dark glasses. You'll need them for a while. Don't try to remove them. She'll blind you with a smile. Come closer. I'll tell you just who this is about. I'll bet you have guessed it as if there were a doubt. Maggie Bloom. I will never, this is Saturday, 10:03 p.m. I will never, ever show that song to another soul. It's conceited. It's self-centered, it's foolish, it's exactly how I feel. Sunday, 11:23, 10:11 a.m. I've done it. This is brilliant. I just talked to Ducky on the phone. I hardly know him, but he seems okay. Sort of on all the time, but you get used to that. He has a great sense of humor. Anyway, he and I came up with a perfect plan. I will go to the premiere with Mom and Dad before the screening begins. I will mix with the people in the theater hallway. Then just when the place is at the most jam-packed, I will sneak out. Ducky will be waiting for me in the getaway car. We will zip over to Backstreet in time for the battle of the bands. Then after Vanish's turn, Ducky will drive me back in time for the party. I love it. What could go wrong? Yes, I got The Magician's Nephew. Thank you. That movie except Edgar Murray and Thomas O'Malley. Yes. I don't remember any of the character names. I do. So you have Duchess is the mama cat, and then Marie, Toulouse, and Berlioz are the 3 baby kittens, and then Thomas O'Malley. And then I don't remember the geese names. Only everything. O'Malley the alley cat. I still sing that, like, that's one of those things that, like, pops in my head every once in a while. Just the intro song, like his little introduction song, Thomas O'Malley. I love that movie. I grew up with that one. In elementary school, I always liked the older editions of books. I just love books. I really do. Especially old books, but any books, really. Except for the ones that are really bad. But even then, sometimes they're, like, the ones that we've read on stream that are really bad, still really glad I have them, because it was very fun to read them on stream. It's like something out of one of Dad's films. Sunday, 11:23, 5:25 p.m. I was so excited about my plan today, I forgot one major missing ingredient. I realized that when Mom took me and Zeke into Beverly Hills today, we went shopping on Rodeo Drive. Woof, this is a rich family. Supposedly for outfits for the premiere. Mom's personal shopper, of course she has a personal shopper, at Frederico Boutique found her this long gold lame gown with dropped shoulders. Then Mom made me try on some outfits. Every single one made me look about 40 years old. I was wearing some frilly thing, staring at myself in the mirror when it hit me. I needed a look. A real, thought-out look. Not just ordinary, everyday Maggie wear. Punk, grunge, retro, something. I quickly changed back into my street clothes. I told Mom not to buy me a new outfit. I'd wear something I had in my closet. Zeke was bored and cranky. He said he'd go in his underwear. Finally, he wore Mom down. On our way to the car, we passed by this new clothing store that had all kinds of funky outfits in the window. Mom kind of sniffed and said, I'm so glad you don't dress like that anymore. But I did see something I liked a lot. It was a 70s style, tight striped rayon dress. Very retro, very cool. I asked Mom about it. She just gave me the eye and said, Maggie, don't make trouble. Oh well, I couldn't wear it anyway. I'm way too fat. Tomorrow I'll start my diet. Oh, Maggie, no. Maggie, no. Monday, 11:24. Can't write much. Tired. Tons of homework. Social studies test tomorrow. I will not say I'm going to flunk it. I will not worry. I'm so in for Narnia. Ooh. I probably can find the rest of the books, because The Magician's Nephew is the first one. I think the other ones are... I think my parents still have the copy that we read growing up. So I probably could just do a whole series at some point where we just do Narnia, if that's something everybody's into. Or break it up. I don't like that part. I don't like the racist cat. It's not the cat. The cat didn't want to be racist, but they made the cat racist. Other than that part, it's a good movie. Where's Magician's Nephew, Lion Witch in the Wardrobe, Horse and His Boy, Prince Caspian, Silver Chair, Last Battle. I was so confused as a child that they didn't just make the movies in book order. Like, I get it, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is everybody's favorite one. It's arguably one of the more memorable ones. But still, like, they were like, no, we're just gonna make Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and then we're gonna skip to Prince Caspian, and then we're gonna... What did they even do? They didn't even do Final Battle. Did they do... The Magician's Nephew was published years later. Oh, was it? I guess it's a prequel. But The Magician's Nephew was out when they started making the movies, was the point. They could have started in chronological order. They didn't have to go Star Wars with it. Voyage of the Dawn Treader. They did, didn't they? Last Battle, read by St. Patrick Stewart, was the best. Listened to it last spring. That sounds amazing. I'll need to look that up. I personally, my go-to reading of a children's book is Tim Curry reading the series of Unfortunate Event books. Those are all on YouTube. And I'm very excited to read the series of Unfortunate Event books, but they're not going to be nearly that good. And then we're all just going to want to go listen to that. Honestly, Narnia would be better as a series, for sure. For sure, just because of how much content there is. Where were they? Tuesday, 11:25, 9:40 p.m. What have I gotten myself into? Was I wrong last night? I should have worried a lot. My test was awful. A nightmare. I don't even want to write about it. Everything Dad said about joining a rock band is true. It's taking over my life. Today before homeroom, James appeared at my locker to tell me about our next rehearsal this afternoon. At the same time as my piano lesson. Did I put my foot down? Did I tell James I had to play a Beethoven sonata for Olivia Knudsen? No. I mumbled something about a prior family commitment. Dawn was giving me her best. Honesty is the best policy look. Dawn has no legs to stand on right now. She is a legless mermaid right now, and she needs to be quiet. Sunny was staring at James, her jaw practically scraping the ground as if he were an Elvis sighting. Ducky, who was hanging out with us, just looked confused. Can you come late at least? James asked. I replied. I can drive you, Ducky volunteered. Later on. That is exactly what he did, after a dreadful piano lesson. It was easy to sneak out. Mom was in deep conversation with Pillar in the kitchen. I think Pillar may come back to work. When Ducky and I arrived at Rico's, the whole group looked played out and tired. James was throwing a tantrum, ranting about how they'd never be ready in only a week. 1 week. I knew I was to blame. I'd ruined the rehearsal by being late. I quickly grabbed my tambourine. The band started playing Fallen Angel. I tried to sing, but my voice was constricted and weak. By the end of rehearsal, I wanted to cry, but I held back my tears while we agreed on a rehearsal schedule. Now I'm committed to tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. 5 days out of 6. I get Thanksgiving off. Thanksgiving, I haven't even thought about it. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I was a nervous wreck when I got home. Mom nonchalantly asked where I'd been, and I nonchalantly mumbled something about a We Heart Kids Club meeting. She totally fell for it, despite the fact that the We Heart Kids Club has been practically defunct for ages. What is happening to me? I'm useless, I can't sing, I can't keep up my grades, and I'm a liar. I might as well fall asleep and not wake up. Jesus! Maggie! Calm down. I mean, not that it's her fault, but Jesus, Maggie, it's not all that. I won't forget about Animorphs. Netflix is doing Narnia? Oh, that's interesting. I do like the Jim Carrey series of Unfortunate Events movie. I do. Yeah, I need to do a video on that and then eventually do a video series on the show. Oh, have we started a rumor? Is this how we start an internet rumor? Maybe we could just convince Netflix that they are doing Narnia, and then they'll just be like, oh, we're doing Narnia, and then they do it. I think it's very interesting that in Narnia, Santa Claus is like about... there's so much to unpack with Narnia as a whole series. And as a allegory for spiritualism and religion, and specifically Christianity. It's a lot. Like, there's a whole lot, and... I can't wait to see how they adapt The Magician's Nephew. I would love to see that. So what happened so far? So Maggie is very hard on herself. She's doing great in school, but like every time she like misses one tiny thing, she thinks she's the worst person ever. And then she ended up joining a band as a backup singer because it's a rock band and that's what she actually wants to do. And then they realized that she was a way better singer and songwriter than any of them. So that now she's the lead singer and head songwriter for this band. Kitten Battle Royale. Who's winning? My money's on the fluffy one up on the mushroom. Disney Plus is releasing a television series based on Spiderwick Chronicles. That makes sense. I'm kind of surprised it didn't happen already. Poor Maggie. Maggie needs Prozac, yes. Everybody needs Prozac. I stand by this. My doctor that I had when I was a teenager, the one that diagnosed me at, I think, 15, either 15 or 16, formally diagnosed me with anxiety disorder and panic disorder and night terrors, but that's a whole other story. She's like, I think you're gonna go... She was telling me you know, she's like, you could try some natural remedies, but, you know, I would start you if you wanted to be medicated on Prozac. And I was like, I think I could use Prozac. And she goes, honey, I think Prozac should be in the water. And she wrote me a Prozac prescription. She just wants to be in a band, right? Starting to relate to this girl like, but I relate to this girl more than I've related to any of them so far. So much. Father Christmas. Funny Magician's Nephew seems to be mostly everyone's favorite. Really? I feel like Magician's Nephew is I haven't read them in long enough to, like, actually know if I have a favorite or what my favorite one is. But I know Magician's Nephew is good, but I always feel like everybody talks about Lion Witch in the Wardrobe because that's the most... That's the one that most people read if they only read the one. Hey, Chris. I call voicing the horse Shasta and the horse and his boy. Call me, Netflix. Never Spiderwick Chronicles, but Disney Plus beat them to that. In the words of Katherine Heigl, Papa Mightall. Yes. Poor kid. Ooh, that anxiety, though. Those are, like, intrusive thoughts of, like, I'm never good enough, everything's gonna fail. It's just like, ooh, I hate that I relate to that kid. Well, kittens. 1, 2, 3. The fourth one's staying out of it. Look at him. Or her. This is the beginning of it all and has a good story. It feels so different from the others. So what's my favorite? I'll have to read it. Well, I mean, that'll obviously be the first one that we read when we read them on stream, but it'll be the first time in a long while that I've read them. Slow down. We might need kittens for some of those streams, too. I remember, maybe it's just my 8-year-old, 7-year-old memory, but oh my god, I remember we did a unit study around the time that the movie was coming out, and when we read the part where Aslan died, spoilers, he's fine in the end, he walks it off, but like, I remember just sobbing. Alright, Tuesday, 11:34, more song lyrics. She's not crossing them out anymore. Being a time when sweets were sweeter, yes. Yeah, they're all a little depressing, because at the end of the day, it's still like, these kids are escaping World War II, like, their house, they get evacuated so they don't get caught in, like, the Blitz, like, it's quite a lot. Alright, slow down, way down, what goes round comes round, dry your eyes, clear your mind, you just gotta take it one day at a time. Years from now, what'll you say? I tried my best or I threw it all away. Life has no guarantees, it's a roll of the dice, so do it all, pay the price, but dust off your heart, take it off the shelf, and don't forget to love yourself. Just slow down, way down. Slow down, way down. Maggie Bloom. Wednesday, 11:26, study hall. I got a 95 on the social studies test. I think I should have my head examined. She keeps worrying, but she's fine. Disney Plus is making Goosebumps, like maybe a revival. Yeah, yes they are. I'm interested. Written to be a more understandable version of Edmund. Yeah, I think that's fair. Imagine Sunny's mom's situation, but it's a bit different. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, those might be kitten streams. From what I hear, Animorphs might also be kitten streams. Straight into pre-K. My mother made her mission to be sure I can never... Aw. Capable of adulting. Yeah, I mean, I was homeschooled all the way through, and I didn't even go to pre-K, so... I know that feeling. Being... I think a lot of us who were raised post, like, people were finally, like... Is that a How to Train Your Dragon toy? What is that? Like, it was good that we got to a part of society where parents were, like, concerned about, you know, like, making sure their children weren't being abducted or talking to strangers, but, like, that stranger danger era, every parent was so terrified of leaving their kids out of their sight for, like, 2 seconds. Most of them are more violent than sad, but a lot of them are also sad, yeah. I triple second guess my every move to this day. Oh, yeah. It's fun. Magician's nephew will traumatize us. Oh, we'll have to wait until we're ready to be good and traumatized, I guess. Wednesday, 6:57 p.m. At rehearsal today, I sounded fine. A little hoarse, a little nervous, but fine. When I arrived home, Zeke held his nose. What's wrong with you? I asked. You're sweaty, he said. I hate BO. Do you have a boyfriend or something? What? Why else would you get so sweaty? You must have been making out. I refused to dignify that. How old is this kid? He's watching too many soap operas, I think. I went upstairs. There's a hair. One of my hairs was caught in the... I went upstairs and freshened up. My hair looked awful, all flyaway and stringy. That's just the way hair looks most of the time. I'm so sick of long hair, I must do something about it. Shaving it off might be nice. That would be a look. Cut your hair. Cut your hair. I have a Friday, 11/28, 4:34. I have an idea. For a look, I mean. During yesterday's Thanksgiving dinner, I felt like a total prisoner. I figure I can shave my head, wear horizontal stripes, be a sort of human beach ball. I mentioned this to Sunny, Dawn, and Ducky today. Sunny practically squealed with excitement. You have to do it, she said. I was kidding, I insisted. You have a gorgeous head shape, Sunny exclaimed. You could just cut it really short, Ducky suggested. Like a buzz cut, Sunny said. I think, Dawn announced, that to find a new look, we should go to the source of all new looks, the mall. Off we went. We sat around the fountain and observed the huge post-Thanksgiving mob. Oof, Black Friday, yikes. We hung out near the huge hairstylist. We went into the magazine shop and looked at fashion magazines. Sunny thinks I should go with green makeup and white spiky hair. Dawn prefers the barefoot, no makeup, natural girl look. Ducky likes cat's eye glasses, flats, and neon 50s dress. Bless Ducky's heart. I bought a bunch of possible outfits, one from column A, one from column B, and one from column C, and I am more confused than ever. This is what everybody learned in quarantine. Just dress however you want to dress. It's fine. Ducky's so gay. It's so... I don't know. Ducky gives me bi energy, or at least bi wife energy. Makes motherhood extra fun. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we'll be appropriately traumatized after finishing the California Diaries series. Yeah. Beams, get a mohawk vibes at Maggie. Yeah, it's 97, get a mohawk. Kids be wild. They will spill the tea with no hesitation and will imagine the worst if they see someone slipping because they think it's like, yeah. I will laugh my ass off if you fall, but then I'll help you up. Yeah, that's fair. I still haven't decided on a look. It may not matter. I may not be able to sing on Tuesday anyway. I think I have a node on my throat. I don't know what that means exactly, but toward the end of rehearsal tonight, I was totally hoarse, and James said, "You sound like you have a node." Pitch perfect. I have nodes. He said I have to get lots of sleep, drink tea with honey, and not speak under any circumstances, which made dinner a little difficult. I pointed to what I needed. I wrote messages. I claimed I had laryngitis. I drank a quart of orange juice. Luckily, Mom and Dad aren't home. Dad's still at the office, and Mom's at a dinner party. Pillar's back, though. Yay! And seemed amused. She called me Harpo. Zeke called me Fardo and thought he was being quite clever, but I ignored him. Now I'm in bed. Zeke is playing video games with some friend. Pillar is babysitting. If any of them try to find me, I will be fast asleep. Good night. Sunday, 11:30, 7:50 p.m. I was too depressed to write yesterday. When I tried to sing at rehearsal, I sounded like a Muppet, so I had to hum. Well, which Muppet did you sound like? Because some of them can sing better than others. Aww. Ducky may be gay, but he's not. Take That's music. Video of relay. I don't I don't know what that means, but now I'm invested. It's funny, back in the day they had to broadcast on the TV asking parents, where are your kids at a certain time? Yeah. Yeah, and now then all of the parents were just like, oh god, we better keep an eye on those things all the time, and then it got really bad. Yeah, he does. No. With all the tea and honey shit. No, my dad, because my dad used to be in radio, so he's like, it's at the first sight of anybody having a sore throat, he's like, you gotta have the tea and honey, you gotta have the tea and lemon, you gotta have the tea, like, you gotta get the tea, you gotta get the tea with the sugar. And he is right. I started doing that when I started losing my voice, when we started doing a lot of these read streams and I wasn't used to it yet. The tea and lemon cleared it right up. Laugh at videos of people falling down unless I see their head hit the ground. That's not funny anymore. I've done sports and I'm very serious about not getting concussed. Yeah, I just have, like, empathy pain. Like, I just, like, flinch. Like, I feel like I'm having the pain. And then I'm just like, oh, no. Well, I'm sitting right next to him. Oh, I used to ask my dad if he knew where his kids were when it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? That sounds like something I would do. Slipping means catch you in an awkward look, like sweating when you look messy. That's funny. If her voice is quite hoarse, she's giving like a sort of Cookie Monster vibe. She probably also needs to, like, do some formal training for, like, if she's going hoarse, she probably is like constricting too much. She's probably not, like, engaging her diaphragm the right way. She probably could fix that in long term with, like, just a little bit of help. A Corny book I sent was literally about to be thrown out. I'm glad you saved it. It now has a home here in the Misfit Books library. I had a stamp on it. Oh no. I love it. A Corny will be fun to read too. We have so many books. I'm glad that we do, like, movies and TV and the occasional online content and books and games, and we just kind of cover all the basics. That kitty is trying to oh yeah, they're like, but I'm trying to nurse, and it's like, nah, you're a big kid now. You eat the kibble with everybody else. I know, Mom needs a break. Mom's gonna be so happy when all her kittens, look at the one playing with her tail. She's gonna be so happy when her kittens have homes and she can just sleep. Perry was. When Perry had kittens and then they got adopted out and she was just like, oh, it was like she was on vacation. Like, stay alert with Bert and Gert is 2 cartoon rabbits who tell you not to tell people you're home alone on the phone or what? Oh, that's interesting. One day I'll start reading the Pern books. We've got so many things. We've got the first book. We've got more A Babysitter's Club that you've sent me. I've got the Full House books. I've got a Mary-Kate and Ashley Adventures book that I found. James and Rico were very patient, but I could see they were worried. I don't blame them. Today was better. A little, if I sang really close to the mic, spelled like short for Michael, I actually made an audible croaking sound. At the end, James took me aside. He asked would I mind if he took Hey Down There off the set list. Mind? I didn't even know it was on the set list. And I certainly don't want to sing it in public. So I told him no, I didn't mind at all, and he smiled and called me a good sport. If only he knew how relieved I felt. Monday, 12/1, 7:38 p.m. Oh, no. Oh no. What have I done? I am typing this at my desk, standing up. I am standing up so I can turn and look at my image. I am looking at my image because it may be the last time I see myself alive. Oh, she cut all her hair off. If I do not survive this day and somebody reads this, I plead insanity. I had another grueling rehearsal, and I was tired, and I did not know what I was doing afterward. Half an hour ago, I was in the kitchen helping Pillar clean up. I was stacking the dishes, pushing back the locks of hair that kept falling into my face, wishing I had gotten a haircut. Then I was up here in my room, looking at that hair, looking at the nice, even, perfect shoulder length style, hanging in a little too long and a little limp, but still neat and nice. I began imagining. I pictured it gone. I tried to feel the breezes on my bare neck, on my ears, my soul filled with happiness. So I grabbed a pair of scissors from my desk. I held out a strand. I opened the blades, but my fingers stayed put. I knew I could not do this. Not to my own hair. It was insane. Better idea, call Dawn and Sunny. Ask their advice. Have Ducky drive me to a hairstylist at least. Someone must still be open. Then I snapped the blade shut. A clump of hair fell to my dresser table. Perfect blonde hair that spilled like a pile of straw. I keep forgetting. We keep establishing that she's blonde, and as soon as, like, if I have decided something about a character, and then later you give me information about that character that I didn't get up front, my brain will go, okay, I've registered that, and now it's gone, and I'm back to thinking about what I thought the character was. So I keep forgetting that she's blonde. They're all blonde except for Amalia. Oh. Okay. Well, I kind of pictured Sunny a dirty blonde and Dawn blonde, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. I need to log the oh, I logged all of those. Those are all there. They're all in my library all. If I've received it, it's there. Mama noped out of there. I used to be obsessed with MK. Has anyone told her how to take care of her voice? Like, she's not going to be able to sing the show. Yeah, she needs to know how to, like, hydrate and use her voice technically correctly so that she's not, like, making it horrible in the first place. Two of a Kind, a short-lived Mary-Kate and Ashley show, had so many books after the show was canceled. Yep. Much like Full House. When we were younger, oh yeah, Mary-Kate and Ashley are the best today. Oh my gosh. Who would have thought Elizabeth Olsen was... Isn't it funny how Elizabeth Olsen literally just looks like a third Olsen, like a triplet? Like, she looks exactly like her sisters. That's true, Ducky isn't blonde. I keep thinking that Maggie has red hair. I keep thinking that she's got, like, dark hair. Like my natural hair. Called once, pretended to be someone else. Then berated me for a week for saying that she wasn't home. She taught me to say she wasn't home even if she was... At the time, I was never alone. Elizabeth Olsen looks like Cher in her Scarlet Witch outfit. Really? I've never noticed that. I'll have to look at it again. I probably won't unsee it now. Oh. What was I gonna say? Perfect blonde hair that spilled like a pile of straw. Then I took another snip and another. I should have been horrified, but I wasn't. I started laughing. I just kept going. A couple of inches first, then a little more. First one side, then the other. I went a little overboard on the left side. It's about, 2 inches long. The right side still drapes over my eyes. I was going to cut that, even it all out, but I didn't. I left it. I'm tired of being symmetrical. To total insanity. I know I'm tired of being symmetrical too. The asymmetrical life is the way to go. So now I look like a... I just don't understand how the Battle of the Bands is tomorrow and I look like hell. Monday, 8:32 p.m. Okay, emergency mode. I made some phone calls. Ducky's driving over. He's going to pick up Amalia, Sunny, and Dawn on the way. Meanwhile, my head is in a kerchief, and I cannot look at what I did. I am shivering. Tuesday, 12/2. I am alive. This is study hall. Somehow I survived the night. Ducky arrived about 15 minutes after I called. I heard voices in the living room, tried to wrap my hair in a towel so it would look as if I just stepped out of the shower, but the towel kept falling off. It didn't matter. Ducky, Sunny, Dawn, and Amalia managed to talk their way past Pillar without my help. They barged into my room all wide-eyed. "If you laugh at me, I will never speak to any of you again," I said. No one laughed. This is just making me remember how much I've been toying with cutting my hair, and now I'm just like, oh, don't make me go through this. Yeah, the mama cat, they're trying to wean the kittens, I think, so they have her in a vest so that they can't nurse. They're trying to teach them not to, I'm pretty sure. There's a fourth Olsen sister? No way. This is like finding out that Frankie Jonas existed. I wanted a twin so badly because of all those TV shows. I did too. I feel bad for not knowing that too. Pilar, okay. I think I've pronounced it every which way. I think I said Pilar at one point. I did not know. Thank you for telling me. She keeps private. That's understandable. No one laughed. For a moment, no one said a word. They all just looked. I grabbed my kerchief. Sunny reached out to stop me. "Don't. It looks great, Maggie. You're lying." I was hysterical. Almost. Wait. It looks great, Maggie. You're lying. I was hysterical, almost screaming. "Okay, good then," Sunny said. "It looks good. A little ragged, maybe. I can trim the edges." As she reached for the scissors, Dawn gently turned me toward the mirror. "Maggie, you do look good. I like the cut." "Really?" I asked. "Me too," Ducky said. "It's cool." "Absolutely," Amalia assured me. I watched as Sunny carefully snipped away at some uneven edges. She kept the left and right side asymmetrical, but somehow made the whole effect better, as if it had been done on purpose. I was still shell-shocked, but I was getting used to it. The girl who played Stella in Lemonade Mouth talked about how she has that iconic asymmetrical bob by accident because they messed up her hair and they weren't able to fix it in time to shoot, so they just rocked the asymmetrical. I was shell-shocked, but I was getting used to it. And that, in essence, is life. The four of them stuck around for an hour or so. We decided that with the Battle of the Bands less than a day away, I needed a good night's sleep. Therefore, I should wait until the morning to show my face around the house. So when they said goodbye, and scurried out of the house by themselves, I stared at myself for a long time afterwards. I had to admit, Sunny had done a great job. I struck a few singing poses. I tried on some of the outfits I bought. The cat's eye glasses, the flats, the retro neon dress. Did the trick. I looked so strange, like a character from a 50s science fiction B-movie. Well, a fat version of the character. No, Maggie! But it was the best I could do. This morning, I was very cautious, though. I waited until the last possible minute before I went to breakfast. Zeke was the first to see me. He choked on his Fruit Loops. Mom and Dad were in the kitchen, already clearing the plates. Mom gasped. Dad almost dropped his plate on the floor. "Ew," Zach cried out. "You look disgusting." "What did you do?" Mom asked. Her voice was raspy and low-pitched. Her eyes were bloodshot. Hangover alert. Bad news for me. Oh, no. I tried to act as if nothing unusual had happened. "I guess you don't like it," I said, grabbing a box of cereal and a bowl from the kitchen. What kind of haircut specifically do we think she had? Do we think she has, like, a Rachel? Like, asymmetric, like, or is it more, like, it's probably shorter than a Rachel. And Ashley just... Oh, yeah, Mary Kay and Ashley had a hell of a time. They might have not had any trouble getting into the industry, but they have paid for being in the industry in lots of other ways, for sure. Mid-series Monica. Okay. Yeah. They literally didn't know what that meant because they spent their entire lives up to that point on set. They didn't even really understand. They didn't even, like, they still call, like, they've talked about how they call John Stamos Uncle Jesse to this day because, like, they were pretty much done with the show before they were like, oh, that's not his real name. They were just taught to call him that because they were little kids and they didn't want him to call him the wrong thing. First Maxie, now Maggie. Stop making me relate to you fictional people. Oh, I like New York Minute. I haven't seen it in a while. Grabbing a box of cereal and a bowl from the kitchen. Mom threw up her hands and walked away. She's at it again. She's regressed. I slammed my bowl. Oh, right. Because they said something about Maggie used to be kind of punk and then got really, like, preppy, right? Well, she's 13. I slammed my bowl on the table. I haven't regressed. I just wanted a new hairstyle for tonight. That was the truth, even though our concepts of tonight weren't quite the same. So you had to do it yourself, Mom said? You couldn't go to a salon? What am I going to tell people? All our friends are going to be at the party. The entire industry. You don't have to tell them anything, I said. I'm the one with the haircut, not you. Mom stormed away. Dad sat at the table. He looked tired. I could tell he was trying his hardest not to lose his temper. He told me he was more concerned about my attitude, not my haircut. You're the one with the attitude problem these days, I shouted. I still can't believe I said that, but Dad just nodded sadly. I know I've been hard to live with lately. My workload has put pressure on you, but you mustn't feel the need to lash out I'm not lashing out, I protested. I just want to look less conservative. Look, if Mom thinks I'll ruin the family image or something, maybe I just shouldn't go tonight. I understand what you're going through, Maggie, really. I mean, we lived through your other phase, right? We can live through this, and don't worry about Mom. I hate when parents act like they're just kind of putting up with their kids. She's cranky this morning because she's not feeling well. She's thrilled we'll all be together tonight, so am I. Just promise me you'll work hard to make this a pleasant experience. I will, for as long as I'm there, I didn't say. The dog that peed in a toilet. Oh, I forgot about that. That unlocked a memory. I blocked that part out. Dude, hair grows back. This is just like Mary-Kate. Yes, Mary-Kate is in Beastly. I need to do a video on Beastly. I was watching it the other night and I was like, how have I not done a video on this movie yet? It is so much and so fun. Hair grows back because a lot of, frankly, awful hairdressers said that to me after butchering my hair. Oof, sorry. I mean, it's not like they're acting like she got, like, a tattoo at 13. It's like, her hair's gonna change, like. Girl just got a new style. Does anybody remember early on in the channel? I think it was, like the third video I ever posted? It was that after-school special from the 80s, the PSA, called The Day My Kid Went Punk. I still think that it's giving me those vibes. I'd be pissed if my girls cut their hair like that, but at the same time, I would be all, next time we'll go get it done. Yeah. You want kids to know, like, how to properly take care of their hair, so you don't want them to feel like they have to, like, cut it themselves in their room and be sneaky about it. You just want them to be like, hey, I'm gonna do this to my hair, and you're like, okay, let's do it the right way. To a horrible bowl shape, and I'd cry in the chair, and they'd be like, hair grows back, sweetie, and then my mom would pay them $25 plus tip. Oh, gosh. Yes, it's the whole series of Beauty and the Beast. All 3 seasons, I think there were. Alright. Tuesday, English. Are we gonna be done with this book by 11 o'clock? That's new. It's now 2:11, T-minus 5 hours and counting. I cannot think. I am shaking. My fingers are stumbling over the keyboard. I have never been so nervous in my life. Tuesday, 5:12 p.m. Just got back from our final rehearsal. Good news. Item number 1, my voice is back 100% for what it's worth. Good news. Items number 2, everyone in the group loves the haircut and the outfit. James said he was relieved. He didn't think I had it in me to look cool. I think he was kidding. Oh. Finally, good news, item number 3, Amalia told me that James told her that Justin Randall is going to be in the audience at Backstreet. Ooh. So I heard from Becky that at Sarah's last party, Jessica told her that being a teenager was a time, wasn't it? Yeah, the CW show I'll need to visit too. Mostly we're the you can do whatever you want when you go to college kind of parents. There. My mom did not want me to get bangs, and I didn't have them until I was old enough to say I'm an adult and I want to have bangs. It lasted 4 whole seasons? That's interesting. Blue streaks. 10-year-old will probably have bubblegum pink by the end of the month. Aw. Well, I mean, my hair's purple now, and I want to go more purple than this the next time I dye it, so God knows. I've had all kinds of haircuts and colors and everything. He's going to see me with my haircut. He's going to hear my voice. Maybe this is actually bad news, item number 1. My stomach is twisted in knots. What if he hates my look? What if he can't stand my singing? I can't think about this right now. It's time. I have changed into my black dress, my premiere outfit. It looks kind of weird with my haircut, but I can't do anything about that now. At the Vanish rehearsal, I packed my Battle of the Bands outfit into a shoulder bag with Amalia, which Amalia will keep. Ducky will pick her up along with Sunny and Dawn. Then he will drive all the way to the theater just before the 6:15 screening time. I will sneak out of the building and into his car. One moment I feel exhilarated, tingly. The next moment I feel like a traitor to my family. Don't. You're fine. Outside of my room, I hear the sounds of total chaos. Dad is rampaging around. He can't find his gold cufflinks. Mom is yelling at Zeke because he has chewed up the cuffs of his Brooks Brothers shirt. I will pack up the laptop now. I will take it with me in case I told Mom and Dad I'd be writing a newspaper article on the premiere, and I can't go back on that now. Probably the next words out of my fingers, oh, that was a weird sentence, but I know what she meant, will be written either in the theater or Backstreet, if I don't collapse from frayed nerves before then. I'm always on the verge of collapsing from frayed nerves. Gray turned blue. But I'm too chicken. Pull a trigger. Plus, I can't justify spending that much money on myself. You could probably do it at home pretty easily. I mean, this was done at home. I've never had my hair colored at a salon. They actually have some pretty good like color options now, and they're pretty long lasting. Netflix cut out some scenes and songs. That's cool. I've never really watched Gilmore Girls. I do love Amy Sherman Palladino, though, so I'm very excited. Frayed nerves is my natural state. You know, Gravity Falls, where Wendy says they're all confessing to each other because they think they're about to die, and Wendy goes, "I'm not chill. Everybody thinks I'm chill. I'm stressed out all the time." That's how I feel. Tuesday, 6:23 p.m. The last one she wrote was 5:12. I lied, I'm in Ducky's car. Hi, greetings. Yo, Vanish rules. My friends are stealing my power book. The first greeting above was from Dawn. The second was from Amalia. And the third was from Sunny. Ducky says hi too, but he can't reach the keyboard because he's driving. They all think I'm insane for bringing this with me. I don't care. It's the only thing that'll keep me from going insane. Oh, your friends aren't enough, huh? Above comments and typos, courtesy of Guess Who. This is fun. I'm having the time of my life. I am also scared out of my wits. But I did it. I escaped. It wasn't easy. Nothing about tonight was. Back at the house, Dad was more frantic than I'd ever seen him. On the way out to the limo, he didn't even seem to notice I was there. Mom and Zeke took forever to emerge from the house. Zeke was wearing a navy blue shirt and looked miserable. Mom's slinky gold dress was dazzling. Suit. Did I say suit or did I say shirt? He's wearing a navy blue suit. Mom's gold dress was dazzling, but she seemed fed up with Zeke. Don't you have a nice hat you can wear? She said to me as she climbed into the limo. Zeke, to my great surprise, stuck up for me. He said I looked cool. I nearly fainted. Little brothers can come in real clutch sometimes. Alright. My favorite thing about the 2000s was when How to Save a Life played in TV drama when someone... Every single time! Every time! And I was just like, what kind of cruel joke is this? They used to play it on 104.7 The Fish, the Christian radio station, that my parents would put on in the car when we were driving somewhere, and I, to this day, am convinced that nobody at that station knew what that song was about. Off we went. Our driver was new, and he got lost. Dad started yelling at him. Oh, to have rich person problems. Zeke untied his tie. He kept trying to take off his jacket. He complained about everything. I thought Mom was going to throttle him. Eventually, he gave up, and we all fell into a stone-cold silence. As we approached the theater, I felt as if I were already watching a movie. Split screen. Outside was the circus, the spotlight swiveling, the media cameras, the swarms of swanky people. Inside was the ice cave of bloom. We had to wait for another limo to pull away from the curb before we pulled up. As usual, a throng of media people closed around us, trying to gaze through the tinted glass, pushing their cameras toward us. Then also, as usual, when they realized we were only semi-famous, they broke away for the next limo. I will never understand how Mom and Dad can turn on the smiles in situations like this. They look as if they'd just been through the happiest day of their lives. Meanwhile, I was sweating, trembling. I thought my legs would give out. I felt like a prisoner waiting for the big escape. I stayed with Mom and Dad. I walked into the theater lobby. I said hi to a few people I vaguely knew. I pretended to have some refreshments. Zeke found... You could have at least just had the refreshments. You don't have to fake... What, were you fake drinking? You don't have to do that. Zeke found his friend Randy and went to play the arcade games near the popcorn stand, and I carefully watched Mom and Dad being swallowed into the crowd. At 6:05, the lights were dimmed a couple of times, a signal to go inside and sit. Time for me to sneak away. My muscles seized up. I was positive that I'd be caught, but then I remembered 2 premieres ago, or was it 3, when I was separated from Mom and Dad in the crowd, and I sat with Monica Kirchman's family. Mom and Dad hadn't minded that a bit. We met up after the film and went merrily home. The crowd was thinning out and the lobby, all pressed against the entrance doors. Out in the lobby, all pressing against the entrance doors. Now, Zeke was still at the arcade games with Randy, oblivious. Saving someone from death. It's about trying to convince someone not to ruin their life based on a convo with a... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's metaphorical. Snow Patrol is a song you don't want played in a medical drama. Oh, yeah, you don't want... If Chasing Cars starts playing into medical drama, you're like, oh, fuck. Husband would like to announce that he successfully adulted. He did our taxes. That is tell him that I'm genuinely proud. Taxes suck, and anybody who says taxes are no big deal, they have either never done taxes or they're lying. Work all day going to Sam's to find new pants for the 11-year-old in emergency fixing Depot for a new tank wasn't enough. I'm proud of you too. I'm proud of both of you. You have both adulted quite admirably. PC game, maybe we should play Polar Bowler. Polar Bowler, what's that one? Welcome back, Laser. Chasing Cars with I Miss You by Blink-182. I can hear it. That's probably good, yeah. I can see that being really good. Or so I thought. As I edged toward the door, I heard him cry out, "Hey, why aren't you with Mom and Dad?" I asked him the same question, and he said they agreed to let him sit with Randy's family. I was stuck. I pulled Zeke aside. "Can you keep a secret to your dying day?" Zeke nodded eagerly. "My friend Ducky is driving me to a place called Backstreet. For the Battle of the Bands? Cool, but Mom and Dad will notice. Not if I'm back for the party. Promise?" "Promise." That's going well, I'm sure. I love my brother. I kissed him on the forehead and slipped out of the theater. At first, I didn't see Ducky's car. I nearly panicked. Then I heard it. He had put the Vanish tape on his stereo and cranked it up all the way. I could hear Sunny and him singing along at the top of their lungs. I have never run so fast. I jumped into the car and did not look back. And now we are speeding down the Santa Monica freeway. Destination, Backstreet. Tuesday, 6:47. I pried Sunny's hand off the button. I fixed the caps lock. What do I care? I don't care. That's the entry. Wednesday, 1:07 a.m. Uh-oh. I almost erased that entry, but looking back, it made me laugh. There's a good enough reason to keep it. I was so happy that we were all ecstatic. It seems like decades ago. I know it's late, but I want to recreate the whole wild, weird evening before I forget a moment of it. By tomorrow, I may not believe it happened, if it really did. Even now, it all feels like a dream. We reached Backstreet around 6:50. The place was packed. People were lined up outside the door. Inside, another group's music was blasting away. I should have been absolutely stiff with fear, but I wasn't. Something came over me, a feeling I never expected. It was the strangest thing. As I left the car, clutching the shoulder bag that contained my clothes, I felt as if a gust of air were carrying me toward the entrance. Each step made me stronger. I was soaking up the energy, letting it charge me like a battery. A surly... I hear kibble being eaten. Or poured into something. Sorry. A surly, muscle-bound guy was standing guard. I'm lecturing her about not staying hydrated, but look at what I'm doing. I walked right up to him and said, "Bloom, vocalist for Vanish, 4 guests." He checked his list and waved us in. The room was jammed. A thicket of people hid the bar to our left. Further in, waiters swarmed around small tables, each of which held many more people than it was meant to. Laughter and shouting seemed to clog the air. The air conditioning must have been blasting all day because the place was freezing. James was at the far end waving to me. I let Ducky lead the way through the room. James greeted us with an amazed look. "Rico's throwing up," he said, "from excitement. He's happy and he's puking." "Lovely," I said. I refused to share a mic with him. A joke. I had a sense of humor. I was loose, calm. We all slipped through a door into a grimy backstage area with peeling stucco walls. Musicians were milling around, tuning instruments, chatting. Bruce and Patty were jamming a blues riff in a corner. I said hi and quickly ran to the bathroom to change. By the time I got back, all made up and ready to go, Rico was tuning his guitar. He looked a little pale, but he was beaming nonetheless. "We're on 3rd, James said. "We were supposed to be 7th, but I knew you had to go, Maggie, so I traded." I kissed him. Amalia didn't mind. Oh, I forgot. They're in a situationship. Okay. You kissed him on the lips? You couldn't have just kissed him on the cheek? Okay. Questions for later. "Oh, one other thing," James began. "Let's hear it for Backstreet's annual Battle of the Bands," an amplified voice blared out. James never did finish. We were all whooping and cheering. I didn't remember a thing about the first and second groups. I don't remember much about the wait at all, just the sound of that voice again, this time shouting, "And now, from the streets of Palo City, let's give it up for Vanish!" And then I was on stage, pounding my tambourine, singing, feeling the pulse of the music, feeling the audience pulse with us. We sang Hookshot and Fallen Angel with my words, As the crowd applauded, I reached for the maracas for Calico Rat Love Blues, which was next. I heard Bruce playing the bass line for Hey Down There, just fooling around, and I smiled. As I stood up, James leaned over to me. Put those away, we're doing Hey Down There. I thought he was joking. I laughed. Go ahead, he urged, pointing to the keyboard. No joke. My insides were suddenly having a seismic shift. That's not on the set list, I said. That's what I was starting to tell you backstage. We changed it back. But the crowd was quieting down. Bruce, Patty, and Rico were all looking at me to start. Sweat began pouring out of my neck like a lawn sprinkler. Oh no. That feels like you need to talk to somebody about that. I sidled over to the keyboard and took a deep breath. I nodded to Bruce, and he started up the bass line again, for real. Looking out into the crowd, I saw a sea of eyes like little lanterns staring at me. And then I recognized two of those lanterns. They belonged to Justin Randall, and they were trained on me. My fingers weighed about 3 tons. They stayed on my lap, where I was supposed to begin playing. Bruce vamped on the bass for another 4 measures. I turned away from Justin, looked at the keys, saw my hands putting themselves in position as if they had a mind of their own. Suddenly, I was filled with gratitude to Mrs. Knudsen, of all people. The 8 years of Chopin and Mozart and Beethoven animated my fingers, made them go to the right notes, even though my brain was trying desperately to run away. Hey, down there, a voice. Mine. It was coming out before I knew what I was doing. It was Chekhov's Beethoven, guys. Oh, the little toy ball is what's making the noise. That makes sense. It was coming out before I knew what I was doing. I closed my eyes and thought about the song. Nothing but the song. The song that I had written, with Justin Randall in mind. Why do you look at me the way you do? When I opened my eyes, all I could see was Justin, as if the whole audience merged into one face. An unrecognizable sound came out of my mouth, somewhere between a squeak and a bleat on the high note. I averted my eyes. I found Amalia and looked at her. Soon I wasn't seeing anyone's face at all. The crowd seemed to blur and fade. The sounds of clinking glasses, the heat of the lights, the sensation of my fingers pounding, and my voice reaching, all gone, absorbed into the rhythm and words, as if the song itself had taken charge of my senses. Hey, down there, I love you. And then the song was over. I held the final note and let my hands rest on the chords until the sound faded away. I had gotten through it. I don't know how. I was dazed. I could hear plenty of applause, and that was nice, but no one was calling for an encore. The only people standing and shouting were Amalia, Marina, Cece, Dawn, Ducky, and Sunny. And Justin. He was grinning at me. He lifted his fingers to his mouth and let out a loud, enthusiastic whistle. And that was it. End of set. A moment to bow, a loud send-off by the announcer, and the next group began setting up behind us. The moment we were backstage, all the tension rushed out of me. I screamed. I felt so happy. I hugged James, then Rico. Then Rico hugged us. Before we knew it, all 5 of us were in one mass hug. I think is that how she says a group hug? Okay. Staggering across the floor, laughing hysterically. I get pedantic when it's late at night. We shrieked out congratulations into each other's ears. Everyone told me how well my song went. When the other group started, we shut up and watched them. All the while, I was having the weirdest sensation, like 2 voice tapes running simultaneously in my head. One voice telling me I was not perfect, reminding me of the botched entrance to Hey Down There. The squeak, the rhythm I'd messed up during Fallen Angel. A couple of other missed cues. I knew that voice. It's there when I take my exams, when I turn in a paper, when I play a piano piece, when I dress myself in the morning. Always. It's me, the voice of Maggie. It was dawning on me how strong that voice is. No, not just strong, more than that. It runs my life. But at that moment it wasn't, because another voice was telling me something else. That the mistakes didn't matter. That winning the contest would be nice, but who cared? That I'd done something worth doing. Something that I wanted to do. Not for grades, not for my permanent record, not for Dad or the 5-year plan. For me. I was in the middle of all these thoughts when a hand landed on my shoulder. I turned, and Ducky folded me into yet another hug, which Amalia joined along with Cece and Marina, and then Dawn and Sunny. As I rocked back and forth, listening to them compliment me, I saw Justin. He was standing behind my friend, smiling. "Nice song," he said. "Thanks," was all I managed to utter before Ducky was dragging me toward the exit. "Hey, stop," I said. "Come on, Cinderella," he was shouting. "It's pumpkin time." But, I stammered. Fun fact, when you have a kid actor on set, for those who don't know, if you have a kid actor on set, they have a time that's like a non-negotiable, like they have to be out by this time because legally they can only work this many hours as a kid. And so they're like absolute, like you have to have them out by this time. It's called their pumpkin out. It's called their pumpkin. So it's like, when do the kids pumpkin? When do they have to be gone? USB drive containing the other 3 Wicked books comes. You read ebooks on stream yet? No, but I'm gonna do that with Animorphs. I mean, I'll have to think about it. I'm not sure how that's gonna go, but we'll see. I could pre-read it and just know what to skip over, like I'm gonna do if I do what my brother wants and play Wolf Among Us. Justin had this bewildered look on his face. He wanted to talk to me more, I could tell. "Don't worry about Amalia and Sunny and those guys. They're going to catch a ride home later," Ducky insists. "We have to go." I almost screamed at Ducky. I almost told him he was dense, but then I looked at my watch. Ducky was right. My shoulder bag was against the wall where I'd left it. I quickly took it into the bathroom and changed back into my black dress. As I darted out, I could see Amalia, Cece, Dawn, and Sunny chatting away. Justin was in the midst of friends, too, but he was looking right at me, smiling. I did the only thing I could do. I waved goodbye. Ducky was waiting in his car at the curb. As I raced outside, I jumped in and we took off. We floated down the freeway. Ducky launched into the story of how he, quote, accidentally spilled soda on a guy at the next table who wouldn't shut up. I told him about James's last-minute surprise on stage. We could not stop talking and laughing, and all the while I kept seeing Justin smile. He is going for that camera. Foster mom!
It was a very productive outing.
He did also write Mirror Mirror.
I know, let me help you there.
If I want literary assistance, I have an expert source. I don't know if I would say expert, but you have a very enthusiastic source, if nothing else.
There you go. Look at it.
Little baby investigation. Lights, camera. Oh.
I had a sweater. We did a wardrobe change for Pixie because she was too fast.
Oh.
She's very fast.
Bless her. She got a new sweater.
I feel like maybe we made some good progress. We had some hoodie snuggles. They played together. I think they needed an outing.
Oh, is Mama kind of still salty? That's understandable.
And then they probably are exhausted. So we'll see.
Close enough.
But I feel hopeful. They may not be.
Oh, it's a dress? She's wearing a... Oh, that's so cute. Kitty progress. Cute. Okay, we are almost done with this book. Looking at me, smiling. I did the only thing I could do. I read that. And all the while I kept seeing Justin smile. Ducky almost missed our exit because we were screaming the lyrics to Fallen Angel, but as we turned onto the city streets, I looked at the time and fell quiet. What exact time does the movie end? Ducky asked. I don't know. I said, around now. We hit every single red light. I was a nervous wreck by the time we pulled into the parking lot. My heart sank when I saw the theater. People were milling around outside. Some were leisurely walking next door to Duomo. Uh-oh, Ducky murmured. I hope they haven't been looking for me, I said. If you get in there before them, just sit at your table. Tell them you were sitting at the back of the theater during the movie with a friend and you were hungry. If you want, I'll be that friend. I'll come in with you. Invitation only, I explained. They'll ask questions. Ducky pulled to the front of the restaurant. He shouted good luck as I raced inside. I pushed open the door and immediately realized that the dining room was absolutely hushed. My heart leapt. I thought I was early. Then around a velvet curtain I saw the tables, filled with people. All of them were looking to the left, smiling. As if the audience response is any indication, and if the audience response is any indication, we can look forward to a very exciting first weekend. An amplified voice boomed out. Dad's voice. I moved further into the restaurant. I pushed the curtain, past the curtain. Dad was standing at a podium behind a lavish buffet table. Now I know you're all saying to yourselves, can't this guy stop thanking people so we can eat? Dad said to a wave of nodding heads and knowing chuckles. But I would be remiss if I didn't give my deepest thanks to my real collaborators, to my most important partners, not in the movie business, but in life, to the people who've had to put up with me day and night during a tense period, whose love makes everything possible, my family. People burst into applause. A spotlight, good timing, kid, blinked on and swept the banquet table in front of Dad. Pinned by the light, Mom and Zeke stood and waved to the crowd. Opposite them, at the table surrounded by lots of producers and their families, were 2 empty seats. My evening, my glorious, happy, triumphant evening, flew away like an ash from a campfire. Quickly, I made my way through the restaurant toward the Bloom family table. When I arrived there, Dad was standing at his seat, chatting with his tennis partner, Carlton Grant. Ah, she's here, Mr. Grant said as he saw me. How was the performance? I nearly passed out. How did he know? It went really well, I replied, looking at Dad. You found out? Dad's return glance gave me the shivers. He was furious. Your dad was telling me all about your debut with the school orchestra, Mr. Grant continued. Which Brahms piano concerto was it? The second, I murmured. So that was it. Dad had lied to cover my absence. But a Brahms piano concerto? I mean, really? If Dad had to lie, he could have picked something realistic, something a 13-year-old could actually play. I let that thought go. Dad wasn't doing anything worse than what I had just done. As we sat down next to each other, I could practically feel the icy blast coming from Dad. He did not say a word to me, just grabbed a piece of bread and started chewing. I was surprised he could unlock his jaw to eat. Come with me, Mom said to Zeke and me, standing up. Zeke gave me a look and drew his finger across his neck to show me how much trouble I was in. Mom greeted about a dozen people on the way to the buffet table. Her voice was too loud. She was laughing too much. 4 drinks, I figured. Her words weren't slurred yet, but she was definitely on her way. As we stood over a steaming tray of pasta, Mom said through gritted teeth, "Did you have a good time?" I nodded. I could feel tears starting to well up. I had assumed you were with the Kirchmans, Mom continued. I didn't spot them until after the movie was over. They didn't know where you were. Thank goodness for Zeke. He knew. I glared at Zeke. Thanks a lot. They made me tell, Zeke protested. Don't be snide with him, Mom said. If he hadn't said something, we'd have called the police. Now, I would appreciate if you'd take your food to the table and do your father and me the favor of not mentioning this incident at all until we go home. This is so... Arrgh. These parents belong in Goosebumps books. Oh, sorry, was I reading over Kitten Update? I didn't mean to read over Kitten Update. And the recent teaser that was put out, part 5 of the series I work on. Nice. What is this vacation you speak of? No, it was not that kind of screaming. Alcoholism? Oh, yeah. Can I feel this? Can I slap them? I feel the need to slap. Yes. Let me help you. I'll hold him down and you can slap him. It's just so shitty. It's just like, you didn't do exactly what we wanted and now we're gonna make you feel shitty. It's like, damn. These parents suck ass. I would have gotten a headache dealing with them. Yep. Oh, your vacation. My vacation was approved. Yay! Yeah, any vacation sounds like a far-off dream at this point in my life. Parents suck in the BSC. Parents suck in a lot of kids' media. It just is. Until we all go home. I swallowed my tears. That was about all I could swallow. I wasn't hungry at all. Later, when Mom and Dad were drinking coffee, I called Amalia. She told me Vanish had won second place. Even that news didn't lift my mood. I hardly said a word all night, even after we climbed into the limo for the trip home. Zeke kept up a steady stream of chatter, reciting various bits from the movie. Mom kept trying to talk, but she wasn't making much sense. Dad sat there like a stone, ignoring everything. Before long, both Mom and Zeke were zonked out. As we glided along the freeway, the limo felt more like a hearse. Finally, halfway home, Dad spoke. That will never, ever happen again, I nodded, cringing inside. I wanted so much to explain, to tell him what I'd been through, to let him know about how important it all was, but I knew he'd never understand, so I just apologized 100 times. I fell silent again, and I watched a falling tear disappear into the carpet. How'd the group do? Dad asked. I looked up at him. His face had softened a little. He was sitting back, his eyes narrowed. Second place, I said. Dad raised his eyebrows. Second place, he repeated with a nod. Then he stared out the window. I felt a wave of relief, he seemed kind of impressed. But I know Dad, and I could tell from his voice that he would have been happier if I'd said first place, which made me feel a small knot in my stomach, because now, looking back at the performance, I knew I agreed with him. I'd have been happier too. I'm feeling that way right now. I have been trying to recapture how I felt at Backstreet. I can sort of. The joy is still with me. I'm still proud of myself, but I can't help thinking what would have happened if I hadn't squeaked. Or if I had made all my cues, or if I hadn't forced Bruce to vamp on that song entrance. Could we have made first place? I guess I'll never know, but I do know one thing. I can't stop. I can't stop writing or singing. I can't stop trying for first in something. Dad can control a movie studio. He can wrap major stars around his finger, but he doesn't know me, and he can't control what he doesn't know. Someday he'll get it. Someday he'll see me on the Grammys, or he'll watch me accept the Pulitzer, or maybe he'll drop by my very own animal hospital, and I'll smile at him, and he won't be mad at me anymore. In the meantime, I'll stick with my friends who do get it. Sunny, Amalia, Dawn, Ducky. They've all seen the real me. So is Justin. Has he, though? Does he get it? He must. He wouldn't have given me that smile for no reason at all. Tomorrow, I have to talk to him. I have to find out if I ever get to sleep. The end. Next one is Amalia. I'm very excited. Oh, but the Rugrats parents are champs. Yeah. I don't like you this one bit. Too close to home. Eesh. I like Christy's mom. Yeah, Christy's mom is cool. We've seen... Wait, maybe I haven't... Maybe I'm thinking of, I might be thinking of, Claudia's mom? I can't remember. I only remember reading the one that we read on stream, really. Look at the mama! Look at her new outfit. Or is that a baby? That might be a baby. That's a baby! Oh, look it. Mother, I can read Goosebumps and California Diaries. I am sure you are leagues above all of those parents. Leagues above. Not till February. Good time to go on vacation because it's not like gonna be like super packed like on like spring break or anything. So whatever you choose to do, it's not gonna be a big headache. Ooh, kitty. Maggie's dad is a forking son of a birch. If he did get it, he wouldn't be a dick. I know, right? Yeah, oof, poor Maggie. Claudia's parents are kind of lame because they don't let her eat candy or read easy books like Nancy Drew, which are the only books she's interested in. Aw, that sucks. Claudia's parents suck. I didn't know that. Spring break, spring break, spring break. I never had spring break. We were homeschooled and we always worked through spring break. Ugh. But that is the book. It is 11 o'clock. We got through that one fast this time. I guess that one was just easier to read than the others have been. I feel like they're definitely getting better, like, with each one. They get better. Carolina was crazy in spring break. Start Amalia's book. I would, but I want to give Amalia's book its own stream so that people can go back and just watch the entire thing. But 2, I'm also just exhausted because I'm running on 2 hours of sleep. So maybe later. I'm not sure. Maybe we might read it tomorrow, or we might read a Goosebumps or Nancy tomorrow. I'll just have to see what I feel like. But I am very excited for Amalia's book. I like Amalia. So far, Amalia is one of my favorites. Let's face it, any state, there's a beach. There's spring breakers. Yep. Even in Georgia, and we have shitty beaches. Parenting goals. 1, keep them alive. 2, don't raise assholes. 3, derail the trauma train. Say no to generational trauma. Say no to generational trauma. Let's finish the Wonderland in pain of agony. Whoop. Thanks, Toonie. Oh, these books, yeah, they're good, but they're intense. Look at the kittens, though. Oh, boy. Ah. I am going to Goodreads to log this sucker read. Sorry, I have to turn off kittens. We'll be back, kittens. Do. Where is my hairbrush? Sorry. That pops in my head out of absolutely nowhere at times. Oh. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. What else is new? I'm finished. This one's done. Started on the 17th, ended on the 17th. That's how we roll. I think this is, what, book 41 we've read? We've read quite a few. 4 out of 5 stars, would not read again. -1 star for mommy dearest parents. Yep, that's what I did. I did 4 stars. I know I should get back to us doing, like, the voting and the writing of the reviews, but lately I just haven't been feeling that much concentration by the time we get to the end. We need the serotonin. Oh, I know what you mean. Sorry, I was confused. Pain of agony. Honestly, I would, except Maddie needs to be there with us to see that culminate. And I believe she is spoken for tonight, so title it Freaky Friday had no happy ending, right? Yeah, like, Anna Martin is not afraid to be like, yeah, kids, sometimes your parents just will not understand or like you. Damn. I still have not read Babysitter's Little Sister. I also have a lot of just OG Babysitters Club books that we need to read. But yeah, let's see something right here. You guys can chill out with me while I fix some Goodreads logs that are broken. the kids in Ms. Coleman's class. Oh, there's so many books. So many books. We have, like, all kinds of Hardy Boys, even especially the new ones. So many Goosebumps. 30 Tales to Give You Goosebumps just showed up the other day, and I was really, really excited about it. A whole lot of Nancy Drew books. Read 41. Let's see. Spin-off of Little Sister. Yes. All of these, like, check this out. Like, Small Cam. Like, all of these books, like, they all have such a unique, like, they're all mixed in together here. But, like, I immediately can tell, like, what I'm looking at. You know what I mean? Like, they're all, like the California Diaries, like, I can immediately see in the sea. Dawn is here, Sunny is here, Maggie's there. It's just a very, like, it just sticks out. They're hard to find. Yeah, sometimes they are. Oh, by the way, this cover is a picture that I took on my phone because the only version of the book that had a cover set up was the audio, or the audiobook cover, which was messing up which meant that we weren't getting credit for all the pages that we read because the audiobook is listed as being like half the length. So yeah, I added a cover, and I need to add a cover to a couple more. Oh. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. I will probably let you go, but I will see you tomorrow. It has been very fun. But thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all. Sorry if I sound sluggish, it's because I am very tired. It's all hitting me. I like had a rush of energy to try to get to the end of that book, and now it's gone. Bye, guys. Avery's offers 3 free talk therapy stream. Yeah, I mean, I said it last night, you know, we are a chaotic stream, but we're also a wholesome stream, and I like our stream. I think this is a cool place to hang out on the internet. This is where I want to be hanging out on the internet. But yeah, I will hang out with you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I will also have a video out tomorrow. That's probably famous last words always, but Dawn's book cover looks like an album cover. It really does. Like, somehow they captured, whoever did the cover captured the emotions of each girl pretty well so far, I think. I don't mean Ducky's not a girl, but each character. But yeah, I will see you guys. Good night. Thank you. Stay safe. Yeah. Hopefully you'll see a new video and the stream tomorrow night. But until next time, good night, guys. Or good day. Some of you are at a place where it's still day. Bye.